Hey Andy, can you hear us? Just doing a check. Uh-oh,
He looks frozen to me.
give it a sec. Hey Andy, just doing an audio check. Can you hear us okay? Oh, we can't hear him. Hey Andy, can you say something one more time? If you can hear us? Okay,
So have you got me?
we can't hear you. All right, hang on one sec. Hey Andy, it's Stacy again, just doing another audio check. Oh, he's on the phone. It's plugged in though, it should have been picking up.
Yeah, it should.
This conversation I remember having with my friend who owned the trash company. City of Wilmington operated it internally.
Okay.
On their own. So union contract, they didn't pick up on rainy days
It's
below
Stacy.
45 degrees or something.
What's
like
that?
It was in their contract. That they
No,
didn't-
no. Trying to see, I'm trying to do a check with you all.
My friend, like, well, what do you do? He says,
Oh,
the guys can wear a raincoat.
Hello.
hi, Cindy.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Or not anymore. You're muted.
you, Andy. Thank you.
Okay.
We can hear you just fine.
Are you
All
in?
right, very good.
It's been chaotic this week, man, at work. I'm going to catch up with you here. See how the discussions go on voting and stuff. It's just, I only saw the one. You're over on the right side. As opposed to the left side, is the wrong side. How are you doing today?
I am apparently a lot less stressed than you are.
A lot going on at work, that's for sure, for the past 7 days. I did get a very urgent text from one of my major constituents today, i.e. my wife. She's concerned about how roads left boulders of snow in her driveway today. So she will be sitting in.
Fact that we haven't had any melt off this month, that we're getting to the point where our plows can't push over,
Yeah.
and it starts to change how you manage it. You have to actually, you do have to go back and push back so you have room.
That makes sense.
Well, if you want, I just wrote out the instructions to starting, running and stopping our snow blower.
Oh, we got a snowblower.
Yeah, does your wife use it?
Oh, I use it. I'm over it.
Right, well, I'm going to wait for you, so I have to leave it for
Oh, really?
and it starts with flip the lever from the turtle to the rabbit.
Yep. That's how ours works, too.
Turn the thing to
Well, let her know
Yeah, it was good, so.
How you doing today?
We spent a lot of money. We heated up some, we heated up, some maintenance.
I might have a little butter on my hand.
The residentials or mid-lodges? These, one lodge and then, 2 areas of wreckage. Yeah, the guy handed that, I got handed that dog. It's been barked and it's been 6 months now.
There are big wall between those, so.
There can be, but I mean, my whole job used to be. So you can't really move that. So,
Is that, I imagine that's largely because of familiarity of mountain.
Marion Mountain, these are obviously the company treats these as different revenue streams. Too.
Oh, true.
They have different business units.
Mhm.
So there is some complexity, like I have to live in that reality now.
You have to bill your time.
No, I don't have to. All my departments share. So every department's P and L show portion.
Are there any maintenance guy, like, again,
There's
there's
a non-paid guy.
that go both ways?
One of my departmental managers. There's ways to keep it out of my hair.
But yeah, I mean, sometimes you have to make decisions
Just
that flirt with the greatest of rules.
I certainly exist in the.
I like it. Well, Hawkins County.
The David meal and what was today?
See them around.
Doing. Too good. I was there for a meeting with somebody else, so Soon it'll be Pioneer Square or Pioneer, whatever.
That's right.
Go
We're
in,
gonna,
get a slice of pizza, hang out.
have some more options here soon. Supposedly. I would imagine they're trying to open for June.
Is there a liquor license facility?
Stacy, are the Pioneer Court folks working on liquor licenses and stuff like that?
Gene, so he's gonna go through an attorney. He called me the other day and he's like, can I just come in and meet with you and like, you know, what do I need to know? And I was like, no, if you're gonna go through an attorney, they'll handle all that for you. I was like, have your attorney contact me and if they need help, but the attorneys usually know exactly what to do.
What's good for you? As I was reading my hometown newspaper, just color things.
Yes. We've got a couple,
I never see anything about it.
yeah, they're not really on the top of the list. We did one at, Highway 9.
Changed years ago to allow that out, because it seems like Jeffco used to run them at locations. But that was many years ago, right?
Jeff Cole, the sheriff's department,
Yes.
elected official, there's consequences.
Right.
But I mean, we have to by law.
Favorite parenting was 17. It was a DUI checkpoint, kind of right, I'll say right around the corner from our house. I totally forgot. Can you run up to the Acme or Safeway and pick up something for me? Forcing him to go through the DUI checkpoint.
Respectfully, but fight or flight.
Coming back to 27. Monday the 27th. Think about this stuff anyway. Tasting.
They're both available. It's like we already saw one there. And then it's yeah. Yes.
We got one.
What will be advertised?
I'm actually gonna download it because it worked. In the desk.
And all of this need for reference anyway. Thanks. That was awesome. Yep. Great, yourself? Good. Going diving? It just feels like it. Is it?
Whatever Stacy said.
Whoa.
I mean. Sure.
I'm gonna be set.
Katie, I said, you're back on headed to your base. And then
He hasn't heard from us since we met with Dad yet. Give him a day.
But if I had to be with this, get this guy, the new flat for his lot.
Which includes.
I know he said he's working.
Hey, Danny, we're just waiting on Dan, you know.
What was that?
Oh, probably. Here, sorry, it went back on mute. Apologies. I just wanted to let you know that we're waiting on Dan's number too. You know.
When everyone's talking, I can't hear.
Oh, okay.
They just said.
Just do it. You want out? Yeah, so then.
No, no.
Okay, so I would. It hurts.
Oh, do you have people there for the travel?
Okay, you all got the door. Welcome, everybody. To the work session on January 14th, 2025. Acknowledging Andy is remote.
comment by the public and continue the discussion and get ourselves to hopefully a vote at some point.
Andy, can you hear us? I just wanted to confirm.
I can hear you now, just
Okay.
now.
Thank you. Apparently, it wasn't.
Should we keep that up, Stacy, so we can see if it is?
Yeah, you can just keep that bar at the top,
Where is this thing though?
and I'll keep an eye on it as well. Here. Yeah. I don't know why that's happening, but I'll keep an eye on it from my station as well and just make sure that we remain off mute.
Andy, if we go muted without meaning to, just wave your hands, and so we know, catch our attention. Thanks, perfect, good try, good test. All right, diving right in here. On the topic today, as you know from your staff report, you received a draft. I want to emphasize draft coming in before you. I want to recognize that as we went through everything over the last 3 work sessions that we've held on this, it's one thing to sit and have the conversation and provide direction for me to interpret it and then write it. And then now you actually got to see what it looks like. Definitely this is the opportunity to let resale calculation with capital improvements, owner and renter employment requirements we're going to verify, along with, I did add assets that was in the covenant, and there was some uncertainty after I sent out the staff report. It was brought up that I might have misunderstood that topic a little bit or completely, and then added other, because I'm not sure if you have other topics you saw in the covenant that you wanted to bring. I apologize for the AV problems. Okay, so moving on to the first one with the lottery topic. We're looking specifically for council feedback on the proposed lottery language, which you saw in the covenant. Specifically connected to this, I'm going to put a couple questions at you and I'll put them back as we talk about this. Keep in your head, we're looking for feedback. Does the council want to modify suggested priority requirements for extra tickets? Should an affidavit alone be acceptable without verification? Should there be a penalty for not going forward with if you were the selected candidate for a lottery? And I'll go back to these all. And the proposed tickets. To see how what the maximum total raised would be. Okay, so as noted, the first thing, and I'll pause on this for a little bit, staff looked at examples of what other communities do along with taking into consideration what we heard from council at the last work session. Council had a little bit different opinions, so this is up for definite discussion you may have. There was conversation over Copper 10 Mile Basin being a priority or not being a priority. So as drafted before you to start a discussion on. Everybody would get a ticket if they meet the definition of a resident. And then you would get an extra ticket, so ticket number 2, if you have been working for a business located within the town of Frisco at least 30 hours a week for at least 2 consecutive years. Then you can get a third ticket, maximum of 3, the way this is drafted, and I apologize, the staff report said 2 and it would be 3. If you have lived and or worked for a business located within the 10 Mile Basin for 5 years or more. So as proposed, you get an extra ticket if you have been specifically working within the town of Frisco at least 2 years. And then there's an option for an additional ticket if you basin for at least 5 years, working or living in that area. So for example, somebody who works at Copper Mountain for 6 years would get an extra ticket. Through that second clause, they would not get an extra ticket for the first one because Copper is not within the town. So I'll open it here for comments, feedback, thoughts so far.
So, I know, on the lottery, I was trying to hope, like, people who are here longer than 2 years, you know, like people who are here for 10 years, 15 years, that are applying for housing and stuff and have worked in the town of Frisco or, you know, or the 10 Mile Basin. You know, as taking that group of people. Hey, how do we get people who've been here, you know, 2 years, I think is, you know, but I was wondering how we can get those people that are here 10, 15 years. You know, if there's a lot of them, I don't know how many there are, what the average age is for people who are trying to get into the Summit County housing.
I
You
don't
know,
have
10
those
years,
demographics.
yeah, you know, and, that's kind of what I was, when we were talking lottery.
Okay.
You know, I was thinking that kind of way, you know. So that's, I'm up there conversation too.
I hadn't really considered I just hadn't considered that. I was just believe in the lottery system for this process. I'm open to the idea that, you know, maybe push that back a little bit so that give an advantage to people who have been here longer.
Yeah, I think 2 years is, well, it's kind of a short time if people are in the same lottery with you that have been here 10 or 15, you know. Or,
What do you think would be a good number to be based on?
I don't know, I just kind of wondering how many people are in our town applying.
Yeah.
For that kind of stuff and how long they lived here, you know, because, you know, 15 years or 2 years is, you know, who do you pick?
10 years. I can't hear you again. Yeah, this is going to be a tough meeting like this. I can't hear you guys at all. You're off again.
I think Stacy is working behind the scenes and trying to troubleshoot it right now
I'll just
also.
watch it too.
Okay, that's.
Yeah, I don't know where
yeah.
that's.
I just get pieces and pieces. I'm with you, Dan. I feel like 10 years is at least the mark. Personally, I think you should have the opportunity to get more than just 2 or 3 tickets, unless we are capping the number of people that can join the lottery. But that also hinders people within, you know, a time frame of signing up for it. So that's a tough one there. But it's almost like capping people in the 10 Mile Basin first before everyone else can apply.
You know, that's the hard thing with Little Nell's, you know, the neighborhood over there that, I don't know, I think there was like 300 people.
Yeah.
One of my renter was in on that and he ended up 155.
Yeah,
You know, when do you cut it, say, you know?
Now it's 300 people, a little bit, that was including, you didn't have to be a resident, just Frisco for that, right?
I think just the county.
It's counties, that's why it's 300,
Counties.
that's clearly, you know,
Housing authority, critical to ask the comment in work session, but at least Corey has already offered if needed, she can help answer the question. I will volunteer the question.
So is the concept of these two distinctions acceptable? We're just talking about the number of years as the cutoff, or is there some other weighted lottery that you're thinking?
So yeah, are we talking about, you have to be here a certain amount of years to even enter it?
Well, that's what the 2 years
No, no,
is.
no. Everybody that wants to enter enters.
Yeah,
This is for an addition. Everybody gets 1 ticket.
yeah.
If you've been here 2 years in Frisco, you get 2 tickets. If you've been 5 years in the Basin, you get 3 tickets.
Yeah.
So everybody can enter.
Mine was,
You've been here 10 years, you get 2 tickets. That separates the people who've been here longer.
You know, yeah. I was thinking like the people all 10 years or something, 10 to 15 years, they all go into a lottery.
So you.
They go into the lottery, nobody.
Yeah, you're
you know.
saying you would actually restrict the lottery. Like if you think you would have to have been here for 10 years, or whatever numbers, or you couldn't get into the lottery.
Yeah, I
First
haven't
right of
thought, you know.
refusal,
Sorry, what, Andy?
like a first right of refusal, is that what you're saying, Dan?
No, I'm just trying to get more equity for people who've been here longer.
I mean,
That's how a lot of the people who have been here 10, 15 years trying to get into housing, they feel, you know, like, oh, if somebody just moved here 2 years ago, got a place, but I've been living here for a long time.
And how's that play with? I mean, if you-
Yeah, I don't know how it
if you've
plays
been
with
here
tickets.
5 years or whatever number is in that 5-year slot, you have 3 times the chance of
Yeah.
somebody who's been here a year.
And I did read that, how the, you know, the extra tickets have gotten people up higher in, you know, in the percentage of being close to being picked, you know.
I wonder if you set that,
You know, I'm only the only, you know, person saying this, you know.
if you set that at 10 years, I mean, I realize that we don't know where we would set it. So it's who've been here for 10 years would actually be in that lottery system.
Yeah.
Like, you know, is it gonna be 100 people?
Yeah.
Is it gonna be 5 people? Because ultimately, the homes have to get sold too.
Yeah.
So
And
where is that number at?
yeah, and I was, you know,
I mean, cause you could say it could be 20 years too.
yeah. No, I don't know how, and that's why I'm having a discussion.
Yes, yeah, I'm curious.
Because you didn't wanna cut it, you know, everybody after 2 years is, how, I guess the ticket way,
So anyone can.
maybe give them an extra, you know, I don't know.
Katie, correct, anyone can enter.
2 years is what they're saying.
Your first day, you can enter, first day living here, you can enter. At 2 years, you get an additional ticket.
Right.
Oh, is that what it,
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what it is.
that's what it is?
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was 2
Oh,
years.
I thought it was 2 years as well. I thought it was 2 years and then you can enter.
So you enter, anybody who meets the definition of a resident enters, they get a ticket. If they've been working in Frisco at least 2 years, then they get a second ticket at that point. And if they have then lived or worked in the 10-mile basin for at least 5 years, then they get.
And I can't hear you again.
I don't think there is, but if we were to restrict entry into the lottery based on how long you've been here, we could have complete
I
control.
think you can. I don't think you don't have an interstate commerce discrimination issue.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, no, because it's always limited to residents, right? So there's no, you can't discriminate against anybody from out of state because you have to live here to participate. You gotta be a resident here, so no issue.
You know, I know we're looking at lottery, but you know, is a wait list. Live in Frisco to be on a wait list and we picked down a list, you know.
So are you
I
saying
know the lotteries
instead
are-
of a lottery, just a wait list?
Yeah.
I think you have to give somebody who's new to the community the chance to get a house. They're moving here to take a job, knowing that they're gonna be 30 years before they can get a house. They're not moving. So, and a weighted lottery, I think, is fair. And whatever the numbers are, whatever the increments are, but you gotta give somebody who's, even though they're new to the community, they're coming here, they wanna buy a house, they should have a chance. Is it as good of a chance as somebody who's been here 10 years? No.
I can't hear any of it.
Andy, we're gonna pause for a minute while they troubleshoot, so we won't have, they
Okay,
almost
yeah,
have
yeah,
this
this
figured
is-
out.
Thanks, Andy. We're trying to figure it out.
Okay, it's tough. I end up hearing half of what everyone says.
On pause.
All right.
Okay, so select account management and account setting. Meeting tab.
Cool, so Zoom did an update apparently and added this as a new feature. Discovering. Thanks, Zoom.
So is our Zoom, here's another thing, is our Zoom up to date?
So it's on that share screen.
At, in Zoom.
There's an
Okay.
update prompt
Yeah,
starting
let me go into settings.
here.
Yeah. Upgrade. Oh, that's an upgrade. That's
Just
not an
like
update.
That's what, let the people move. Let the people move.
It already says it's up, like it's automatically up to date.
Yeah.
So that should work. She did her up to 2 years. I made a couple of changes. And it hasn't gone up in a while. And now it'll make a noise, and if it does it, it'll make that tone, so it'll know that. But it was certain, but
I was finding people that actually.
And it's just about 20 years. They shoot you up like.
Hey Andy, I'm gonna try to log off the meeting and just rejoin it and see if that helps. So you'll see us disappear.
I'd be interested in that.
You said to disable, what was it again?
Oh.
Echo. Yep. That noise removal.
Yeah.
It's always been on. What about that, installation? I mean, I could just sit here and
Well, but
Just
it's
have
not gonna be as
them-
good, it's not gonna be as.
that's literally just sit there. Do we have, oh.
So. 0 2.
Just when we think we have things that. I mean, it'll make a noise now when it goes off, so I'll know instantly.
Part of the thing though is he waved his hand sometimes.
I could call him and we'll just have it.
You go to the audio settings.
I think
All we need is the list.
Like this.
No, back into. Select microphone.
It only shows the meetup one and that's the hockey one.
What is the meetup?
That's the hockey one.
And there's what is, so there,
It's the same thing.
so what if we unplug it? What?
Don't know if there's a sound card in this computer.
I think you're right.
oh, audio's
Yeah. No, no, regular system, it's, well, I guess you're right, if it is a true assumed issue, you're right, yeah. So, yeah.
No, we can hear him just fine. He can't.
Right, I think the only other change is someone sitting here and literally babysitting you, so I can do that, it's fine, but that's good. I'm literally just gonna have to say, here on the numbers, babysit. Don't have the other. Yeah.
She was getting, it was getting
And we can't.
I can call him on a phone call, and use it on the phone call. You know what I'm saying? So he can still.
Hear us, as
Yeah.
long as he says he can hear us.
Yeah. Hey, Andy, can you just your help on your cell phone? And then I'm gonna leave this on the radio and I'm really gonna clear the room, okay?
And then you want to hear me over the video?
Yeah.
We can hear you just fine.
Yeah, okay, I can hear you. I don't know if I can hear everyone else. You're right next to Stacy's phone. Oh, barely. I can hear you, not well, but I can hear you.
Pretty loud. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now while you're on the video, I can.
Yeah, so I think it looks like the options are one, which I don't know if makes sense, to keep having the glitch where it keeps getting disconnected here. And I think my concern with that is it also means anyone watching the recording can't hear when they're trying to watch this at another time or hear what happened. But we do it this way, but it sounds like Andy may not hear you well. We've kind of gone through all the Zoom troubleshooting that we could so far.
Yeah, I don't know what you want to do, but
Why don't we try it? Without screaming, speak up.
Do you want to try switching, would it work if you switched it over to the other part of the room?
No, because this is a Zoom problem and that's all, it's the whole thing is stupid.
Switch to Teams. Just a phone.
We got it.
Yeah, it's all set up to our software.
I mean, I think Andy's participation and ability to hear the discussion is pretty critical for the entire night, but especially for this segment. I mean, I hate to even suggest this, but do we hold this work session off until Andy is back in town?
Fine with me. I'll be back. I'm scheduled to be back on the 28th. I'll be back on the 27th, so.
If we did that, we might do it earlier or later. I know, since we're looking for.
I hate to do that, but I do want to hear everyone's saying.
Well, it's not you doing it. It's-
We want you to be.
Are you available?
Okay.
Are you available earlier than 4 o'clock on the 28th? Is that,
I can work, yeah.
Let's see, I'll check my.
Just some for the kids.
On the 28th. On a very important corporate meeting, I would love to be available on the 28th. Miss that meeting, yes, I am available. You make it as early as you want.
I would be available in person on the 28th.
Take the rest of our time for this item. Try and troubleshoot.
Yeah, sounds good. I'll
okay,
put
because we don't have a quorum left in the room. You just stop the work session.
I'll put up messaging for the public, just so they
And then-
understand.
Do
And
I
then
have
those
to
who
miss the
attended,
rest
we
of the meeting?
apologize.
I didn't.
Well, let's see if we can get it fixed.
Yeah. I think the idea is we don't have a quorum if you can't hear, Andy, so we drop this and they're gonna try and troubleshoot at least for the rest of the night. Take this time.
And we'll be in contact with you.
Okay,
Hang out.
sorry.
Hey, Tom. The photo, I would say that is. This big truck pretty far up this driveway. I'll look at it.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Second thing I said is if you turn off the noise cancellation. I tried to do that. That was always. Yeah, it's so
That was nice of them. It's micro USB. Hopefully we don't.
Fight fire space. Horrible. Yeah. Okay.
Which is good. But actually, it's just pretty.
Ocean Drive is. Ocean Drive. Of course.
Literally, I'm plug back in.
That's what we did.
It's staying on. We might be okay.
I mean, it's amazing.
I think it's $50.
Yeah.
Right?
I think we could.
Yeah.
Andy, can you hear us?
I can
We-
hear you, but it's choppy when everybody talks, but
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's normal. That's the normal level
yeah,
performance.
I can hear you. It's not going mute at the moment on you.
I think we're back on, guys. Yeah.
Should we try it?
I think we should resume, if you'd like.
He's muted now, though. No, he's not.
No, like, but it's us,
That's
we're
his-
the problem.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
If anything.
Yeah, but they.
Thank you.
I think we should get it back.
I want to make sure you restore.
Oh, we got,
We're
Yeah.
trying.
sorry,
We think so.
we hope so. It's been, it hasn't auto muted one time.
Units?
He's just gonna stay.
Full confidence.
Let.
Yeah.
Amendment for.
Andy, you can hear us? Yes.
We are back.
Here. Okay, so Dan, you had spoken last.
You can hear me.
We haven't really-
What we were talking through was the fair way to do the lottery, to give appropriate weight to people who have been here a long time, appropriate opportunity to people who are new to the community. So just to throw out numbers, if we gave one ticket to everybody, meaning no matter how long you've been here, you get an additional ticket after you've been here for 2 years, an additional ticket after you've been here 5 years, and an additional ticket after you've been here 10 years. So the 10+ folks get 4 tickets. Somebody who is new to the community does have a ticket in the bucket. Just to throw that out there so we're not talking about white paper ideas.
And Andy discussed, talk about Frisco, 10 miles on the county discussions of where you live. For each of those.
Yeah, I know. I'm losing my
Take
sense of that needing to be critical.
Okay,
How wide the net is isn't something I have strong.
does anybody have a strong opinion, or is it within Summit County?
Let me think of that.
Yeah.
I was, as far as if you can apply, period, if you've been in Summit County for 0 amount of time, you're saying you can apply for our workforce housing, you get 1 ticket. Is that what you're saying?
Right, so everybody has at least an opportunity, and no matter how long you've been here, you have a chance to have a ticket in the bucket. But then if you've been here 2, 5, and 10, you get extra tickets.
And what about if you've been in the 10-mile basin for that long?
We're looking forward to your opinion, because I don't have one. Meaning, whether we do this as just Frisco, the 10-mile basin, or all of Summit County is a question for the
Yeah.
table.
Yeah, personally, I feel like the people who have been vested in Frisco are the people who have been in the 10-mile basin. And, that should count for something, whatever that is. If that's another ticket, I don't know. But, then we're also getting into how many people are applying for these units.
Andy, and I'm just throwing ideas. If we did 0 and 2 in Frisco, 5 and 10 is Summit County. Or not Frisco, 10 Mile Basin, 0 and 2 are 10 Mile Basin, and 5 and 10 is all of Summit County.
You know,
I don't know.
Not Summit County, not all of Summit County.
Well,
Because
well, staff had suggested all Summit County at some point in the criteria
okay,
because of the fact that a lot of the other communities do allow from Summit County, so it's kind of recognized among staff that should all towns start trying to open it up so it's fair. And that's just something that's been brought up by staff too. We're not set on it, it's up to the council.
and I see that, for us, we don't have many, you know, like Breckenridge has lots, Silverthorne has tons, you know, and it's kind of hard,
Yeah.
to get them all, you know, but
Katie, right
I
now,
thought 10 Mile Basin in Frisco, I thought that's what we were just talking about.
Katie, right now, would you say that all the municipalities in the county are moving towards kind of reciprocity on that? Like,
There are priority periods in a few. I can pull it up. I don't feel comfortable saying they're all going that
Okay,
direction.
okay.
I don't know if the housing authority
Yeah.
has that answer about if all communities are going towards Summit County or if some are still specific priority for just a basin that they're located in our town.
okay, so for me, you know, I am definitely, I would say, against the idea of only allowing 1 or 2 extra tickets, in which case, you know, you've got this extra ticket at 5, another extra ticket at 10, another extra ticket at 10 Mile Basin. You know, you've, and then I don't know how many tickets could you accumulate to bump you up the lottery would be the idea there. You know, those of us who have made the sacrifices to stay in this town, I don't know, have made those sacrifices. Plenty other people have had to choose to be able to buy something somewhere else. I don't necessarily want to penalize them because they ended up having to buy something in Summit Cove because they couldn't buy something here. You know, I was gone for maybe you know, two years of my tenure here and owning another place, and we ended up being able to buy in. So that's a tough one, but I feel like those that have stayed should at least have another ticket.
What would that look like? What do you mean? Like that,
Like
does
you're talking
the,
extra tickets. Now you're up to 5 tickets if you've been here for 10 years and you've been here in the 10 Mile Basin and you've been here, you know, working for somebody within the 10 Mile Basin area, it, you know, gives you more tickets. You know, that's what I'm throwing out here.
If you did that, are you thinking then it would be Summit County for the 2 years, Summit County for the 5 years, Summit County for the 10 years, and then an extra ticket if you're within the 10 Mile Basin, just in general for a certain amount of years, or?
You know, I mean, originally I was thinking 10 Mile Basin for all of it, as Dan was saying. But you know, yeah, that's a tough one. How do you guys feel about that in the first place?
I feel like I'd like to put it in there for now and let this be one that we talk about a little more. Meaning if we are at the point of 0, 2, 5, and 10, and then we're down to the geography, let's declare success and move on to the next topic, and we can hit geography next time.
So yeah, then to be clear for me,
Because
I
I think,
like the idea of the staggered. My concern is geography. Because if you open this up, Summit County, you're gonna get 200 applicants. If you open it up to 10 Mile Basin, Frisco, you're gonna get 15 applicants. It changes the whole dynamics of this.
That's for sure.
I like the concept, but I agree geography is something I'm talking about.
And probably similar thing, not putting words in your mouth, understanding what the other towns are doing. If they're all opening it up to our people, then I think there's a conversation about which way we go.
And I think that conversation to Kitty's point too, though, because other municipalities do have considerably more available than we do, so I agree with that conversation.
Well, and this is to, really was to take care of our workforce. We're building it to keep our town sustainable, people here, you know, working and living here and not have to drive from Breckenridge or Summit Cove. You know, that's the thing is they work here. It'd be nice if they live here just so they're not taking that hour bus or half-hour bus, you know. So when you put Summit County in there and people are working over in Breck and they get a house here and then they're commuting or, you know, it'd be nice that people live in the town they work.
I agree, I just don't wanna get into a geography war where if we have people who work here that have secured housing in Dillon, Silverthorne, Breck, or anywhere else, in the county. They've relieved us of that
I
burden.
get what you're saying.
Yeah.
So now all of a sudden, if we shut it down to their folks, I think it should,
Yeah.
whether it's a mayors and managers or whatever, I don't think we have what we need to make this decision right now.
Yeah, but we're also not talking about shutting it down to anybody else. We're talking about giving a little extra favor to those that are vested.
So maybe
That's what we're
Summit
talking about.
County gets one ticket like the 2-year people. If you're in Summit County, Frisco, 10 Mile Basin, you're getting one ticket. And living and working in Frisco for so many years, you get more tickets. I don't know, is that, we're still including that.
How about we table the location part for now? I'll draft at least the extra tickets based on the years we have. I'll probably just put something in as a placeholder and then we can get back to it today or talk about it at another next time. Does that work? At least we can maybe.
As long as it doesn't just go away. You know, and like don't rely on us to have to bring that back up. That should be in there somewhere because this is important to at least 3 of us.
Got it. Okay.
Katie, I'm not sure who the other one is, but I find it important. I just think we need to flesh this one out a little further.
Katie,
Find the other one.
in our current 2019 deed restriction, isn't there something on resales that we're limited in geography in a first round and then we open it up further?
Correct. The first round is town of Frisco employment within the town boundaries.
Okay.
After 30 days, which we've yet to hit since 2019, and under that covenant, it would open up to anybody employed within Summit County.
That's in resales, right?
Resales,
Gotcha.
correct.
I just, that's another way of thinking about it, but.
Am I speaking for the group to say, while we want to at some level prioritize Frisco and or the 10 Mile Basin, we also want to be cooperative and spirited with the workforce housing issues throughout the county. So if there's a balance to create, let's talk about that. But from a direction standpoint, is that where we are? Kind of, we're just losing it in the detail. Is that fair?
No, I've always felt that we are Frisco centric sitting in Summit County. And we have always made our decisions based on Frisco and the 10 Mile Basin and the voters in Frisco. That's where I feel like we've been. And that's where I feel like our loyalty really lies. And so, you know, I'm good with first right of refusal to those that have made the sacrifice to be here.
Okay. Katie, next.
Okay, so that answered the first bullet question here. We talked about the affidavit, if that would alone would be acceptable. So is the council okay, the way the language was drafted for a lottery, that we would take someone's affidavit based on their longevity here, employment here, residence here?
I would say the stakes are too high trust everyone, but cut the cards anyway.
So take more than an affidavit.
Yeah.
Don't accept just an affidavit.
Just some, yeah.
Does anyone have any objections to that?
Affidavit, like you're just telling you they've been here for 10 years, they're not showing the taxes and
Exactly.
stuff like that.
In order to get a mortgage, you have to, you know, sell your firstborn. So like, that's all part of it.
Okay, and then it was brought up at the last work session, the possibility that the town consider if you were the first selected for a lottery and you turned down that unit, should you have some kind of a timeline that you couldn't apply for the next, another unit? In response to that, we did draft and put that in there, a lot stating 30 days. I did want to make a couple points to this. Obviously, it was brought up also since the staff report went out. What would happen if an inspection revealed problems with the property? Somebody should not be penalized for backing out of that contract. And then also, the housing authority brought up a really good point after reading the staff report. A lot of units don't always do an open house prior to the lottery. So people actually get selected and then they go see the unit and then they realize it may not actually be what they want. So those are just 2 points to put in to this discussion. They kind of came out after the staff report and since the discussion in December.
I'm not up for penalizing people in that fashion because especially you don't get to see the unit. I'm more interested in how do we get people to apply for the units that fit their bill as opposed to, you know, just blanket getting into every unit possible. You know, if you want a 2-bedroom unit, then you go for 2-bedroom units. How do we keep it that sort of thing? If you know, like you wouldn't apply for a 4-bedroom unit if there ever was one, or you wouldn't apply for, you know, a studio if, I don't know, maybe you would want a studio, whatever, because you would qualify. But if you wouldn't qualify for a 3-bedroom, then you shouldn't be going after that one. How do we keep it that people are staying within their parameters?
I think that's what part of what the penalty is trying to do through that penalty, right? And I'm against the penalty also in general because, you know, you don't get to go see the units and there might be inspection issues. That's why I'm against the penalty, but I see the reason for the penalty. And I'm just wondering if there is a way besides, you know, having to have the seller have 40 people come into their unit. Is there a way that we can more solidify the information so that people who are going into the lottery know what they are getting outside of inspection payments, outside of something that would be a legitimate reason not to take the unit? Is there a way that it could be made very, very clear what you were getting so that people are going for the unit they actually do want, not just entering the lottery, just to enter the lottery and then figure it out later, right? So I'm kind of I'm caught in this in the sense I don't like the penalty, but I understand the reason for it. Is there a way also? Is there a pre-qualification process that can be done? You know, like so let's say someone who would qualify for a studio or 1-bedroom and would not qualify for, say, a 4-bedroom, that could be caught at that time. Like, well, you know, you're not really going to get this 4-bedroom. You can't really afford this. But those are my thoughts.
That's a good point, and I don't know how the system works. But if you've got an 80% AMI unit, the person has 120% AMI income, are they in the lottery or they've already been screened out?
They could be, sorry.
So
We
it's
don't
after,
finalize
it's after the
paperwork.
number's drawn that you find out that they don't qualify.
We qualify the parameters once they win the lottery.
And I honestly think that this question was much more relevant when we were talking about
If you lose the lottery multiple times, you get extra balls. We're okay with the lottery prioritization being based on years of employed or being part of the community and not how many times have you lost the lottery.
Yeah.
All we're doing is clogging the system, and that's an SHA problem that maybe they can solve through practice as opposed to through deed restriction. pre-screening, but I don't think we need a deed restriction of FHA, how to pre-screen their people.
So we're all agree to remove the penalty that was drafted.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm just making really clear notes on each of these. Okay. All right, moving on, next topic. Resale calculation with capital improvements. What staff heard over the last couple of discussions was the resale calculation, again, resale calc, not initial sale price, but the resale calculation should be modified to be a sum of the purchase price plus 3% plus 3% a year plus unlimited capital improvements. That was analyzed in the staff report for you. This is just the language that you saw before you. We'll talk about that, and then the B, C, and D, we had some questions on. We carried this over from standard. Staff is gonna look at a little bit more with the attorney about the necessity of needing to ensure appliances are working order, things like that. So I don't wanna bog up the conversation tonight with our limited time. But we did ask, do we really need to be doing this, and are we doing it? So staff will do a little bit more research into that part of this. So for right now, the question to council is the way this is written what the council wanted and how you want to continue moving forward with the covenant language, which is the sum of 3% a year, not compounded, plus unlimited capital improvements.
For, you know, for me, the biggest thing was if you were gonna, you know, say we call out peak one, say you happen to build a garage, you know, and you have, you know, your storage space above your garage, you've got a new, you know, you've got square footage that you've added to your house. You know, I feel like you should get compensated for it. It definitely moves your house into a higher AMI category than what you bought it at. I don't feel like there's any other possibility unless we add ADUs, or the ability to add an ADU to workforce housing, that would bump you to a new AMI category without going just down. Because if everything, if we don't include improvements and people don't improve their places, then their AMI category is going to end up going down because the house is going to be worth less. Not worthless, worth less.
And just to be clear, new living spaces and garages is allowed to be, it's not part of the depreciation or anything, it just gets added to the base price.
The garage just gets added to the base price.
Whether it was built originally or later. It's not depreciated or anything.
It's not depreciated.
I'm good with this with the caveat in the drafting that I'm good with 3% plus unlimited. But wherever it says unlimited, it should reflect less depreciation. So everybody knows that if you spend $5,000 painting your house last year, 3 years ago, when you go to sell the property, you're not getting $5,000. You're going to get 5,000 less the depreciated amount. So I just think we constantly are harping, you're getting all of your capital improvements back. And it's just a perception issue more than anything else.
I'd agree with that. Reasonable depreciation.
Yeah, I agree with the depreciation aspect. Can you put the follow-up of the screen before?
Sure. I skipped a couple to get down to what he was speaking about.
So also though, in the language here, the staff is suggesting just a simple 3% calculation, correct? Taking out of the greater than AMI or. Correct,
staff doesn't necessarily greater than with the chart because we're trying to get away from that chart. There's been so many complaints about it and the uncertainty of it. And then as far as capital improvement, it is very unique. It would be unique in the county to have unlimited capital improvements. Whether that would affect the buyer affordability, we can't say for sure because we don't have any specific example. Most jurisdictions that have capital improvements limited to 10 or 20% of the initial purchase price. So going unlimited is very drastically different and it could lead to buyer affordability.
That's a concern.
So, on the resale, the garage is still added on.
The garage would always be added on to the full value.
So then that means that would be if it has a garage, be added on. So you might wanna cut the capital improvements to.
And we could be more clear, maybe that's the direction the council might consider directing staff to write it as livable space does not depreciate and will be added to the base price. And then the things that are on the 5 and 10-year depreciation or 10 and 20-year depreciation schedule, maybe we look at continuing that as is with the change that the council recommended to go from 5 to 10 year.
Yeah, I wrote that. Cause I was reading something in here, the ADU units, they've only given back like 35% of it or something.
The example in
Yeah,
which,
yeah.
correct, yeah, and that's because they have the percentage of the sale price. And then what they make up, they make that up in rent they're finding, the rent they're taking in by having that, they're
By
getting
having
that
that
extra
extra
income
room,
come in.
they don't have a garage, there's no extra income
Correct.
coming in. Yeah.
But it almost sounds like that might be more the direction the council is really addressing, is recognizing living space and garages as that shouldn't be penalized in the future or taken off of value. But correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think so too. And they shouldn't have to lose that money, or half the money or something.
You know, yeah, go ahead, Andy.
No, Martin,
you
after you.
Don't fight, boys.
Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, since there have been no ADUs, if someone was gonna add an ADU, especially nowadays, the cost of doing such is considerable, and you shouldn't get penalized for that necessarily, even though over the long term you get paid back with a positive cash flow and rent if there's positive cash flow there. So that's where it's like, I don't know if it's depreciation on that as well, but you should get paid back for your square footage.
We're all clear on that. Additions like that, go add to the basis your original purchase price.
And I think that's how it's written, but I could be, if I'm wrong on how it's written, I think that we can write it that way to propose in the next draft.
Then on the other issue, which I know is also a topic people are interested in, is that taking out the language of the AMI greater than AMI or 3%. Right now, and I think I had this position the last time. If I didn't, Katie, I apologize. Right now, it's my position that I'm okay with the AMI, the greater than. I'm okay. I remember we did a calculation, we looked at some numbers, and I see where I see the argument about trouble with the AMI table, and I can see where this could go multiple ways. Is most of the county moving to only 3%, or are they moving to greater than?
2% or 3%. Some are only 2%, some are 3%, but there's no
AMI chart.
There's no greater.
So other municipalities are moving away from the AMI chart.
They usually haven't even used the AMI chart.
Oh, really?
It was only our 2019 coming in Frisco that did for resale calculations.
Okay, yeah, please.
Yeah. Nobody else.
I'm in favor of the verbiage of greater than and keeping the AMI schedule in there. At this point, the schedule is only going to keep going down. I don't see the SCHA ever, raising the AMI levels because their goal is to keep it cheaper for everyone. I think it falls back into when we originally talked about this, the windfall is not a major windfall there if it goes either way. And the thing is, if we're just taking away the ability to make a little bit more, what's a little bit more, right? Staff came up with the last time it was like $6,000 to $14,000 difference on either side. And at this point, with the readjusted SCHA scale, you're going with 3% anyway at this point. You know, I don't, you know, this is what the HOA of our largest constituent-owned neighborhood has come forward to say that they approve of and they agree with. I agree with them.
I will just say, I do think the cost value was actually up to at least $100,000 difference sometimes, not 6 to 14, just to put that out there. And I'd have to run the numbers or bring them forward again, but I do remember that we were up to 100,000 on some properties, just to clarify.
Well, 100,000 certainly changes the affordability, yeah.
And it's also as fast as interest rates went up, they can come down, and all of a sudden that chart changes again. So the thought that it's only going in one direction because it's a formula. It's not, and I'm not.
It has nothing to do with interest
But
rates.
it's a formula that is.
Yes, it does, Andy. Interest rates are part of the formula.
As far as why the SCHA lowered the scale?
Yeah, it's an input to the formula.
Okay. All right. But with that, keep going, and let me come back to where I was.
Yeah, I mean, one is simplicity. There's a fairness element, there's a consistency element throughout the county. I think that we're just creating uncertainty in the market that we don't need to. You know, I respect what people who have the deed restriction would prefer, which is having the opportunity to sell the house for as much as possible. I think changing the deed restriction from the lesser of to just a 3% escalation is a fair adjustment. And in light of everything else going on in the community, that's where I stand.
And so, you know, if we also look at the values of, say, 100% AMI unit or 120% or 160% AMI unit in, say, Smith Ranch or anywhere else that they're getting built, you know, what is that equal to comparatively? Because if now you're only being able to sell, does that mean you're lowering your AMI saleability? So does your 160 house at only 3% sell at a 120 level? Or are you able to follow the market and sell at a 160 level based off of what everything else is going for in workforce housing?
Are you asking, Andy, the comparison between a new product like Smith Ranch to a existing project on a resale?
Sure, at this point, you know, but maybe you've been in Smith Ranch for a short time. You know, the thing is that just hasn't been around as long. You know, I don't know what's happening in Wellington as comparison, you know, that have been around as long.
Because the table is used primarily for new sales. That's the purpose of it. Frisco has written it in as part of resales. Smith Ranch doesn't have it as part of resales. They only use the table for new sales.
And then automatically, any resale is just percentage based.
Is a straight percentage, correct?
Okay.
To the sense of giving the unlimited capital improvements is also an acknowledgement that we're trying to be fair to the sellers. And we're doing something that no other community is actually doing, which gives them the benefit of what they've spent on the house. Just from if the goal from the seller's perspective, which it always is to sell for as much as possible under our deed restriction, offering opportunities to sell at a higher price than anybody else in the community because we're giving 3%, not 2%, and 100% of capital improvements less depreciation, as opposed to some cap on capital improvements.
I
So-
disagree there, Andy. I feel like that is really just enabling people to make the updates that they need to do already to their places, because otherwise they won't do the updates, and then they'll just sell at their 3%, and the house will be undervalued as far as the condition it's in. And unless you're adding a garage and or an AD or something like that, because otherwise just the other improvements that you're getting paid back for are just to pay you back for what you've had to put into the house to keep it up for the most part.
Unless you hit the cap and then you're throwing the money away.
Correct. And yes, future units are now going for 2%, but we even have units in Frisco that are 4 and 5% capped. So I don't see like going backwards in and saying we only give them 2% without the AMI greater than. I don't see that as any benefit whatsoever. I see that as us taking away from their possibilities. And again, I am here to shore up the ability for mobility for our constituency. I am not here to just keep these units absolutely cheap for perpetuity for whoever else is coming in. I want to support the people that are vested in this community.
And why not remove the deed restriction?
Why not? That doesn't make any sense because you bought a unit with the deed restriction. We're talking about making the deed restriction more fair and equitable.
The goal is to maximize the sale price. If that's the
In a
focus.
fair and
maximizing
equitable
the sale
manner
price.
for a deed restricted unit.
I'm sorry?
In a fair and equitable manner for a deed restricted unit, yes. I'm not saying
Yes.
that,
And
I'm
Andy, I
not
think
saying
that's
that
where,
everybody should, that it should all go market value remotely. I'm saying it should be fair and equitable based off of what you bought it for, what you've done to your unit, and what you're going to be able to get out of it.
and I
I'm
guess
not
that's where we
saying-
disagree is I'm viewing fair and equitable as a 3% escalation plus unlimited capital reimbursements. And you're viewing it as more than that.
The only thing at this point I'm viewing as more than that is that the verbiage should be greater than for AMI schedule or 3%. You were also mentioning like, well, we're doing better because we're not at 2%. I'm talking about not going backwards like that, right? So
I agree 3% is fair.
Yeah, the only difference right now is that I'm talking about the greater of. You're mentioning all of the things that we're offering that is better than everybody else, which is great, but I'm also saying that greater than is where we should be for the.
And I'm factoring in the complexity and uncertainty of the AMI
Sure.
as the preferred formula is just eliminating that element of the calculation.
And do you have thoughts on this?
And yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. That's what brought us into this mess anyways, is the AMI chart. So even if we made it greater and it changes, it might be right back at this, I know things are going higher, but I just like to get rid of the AMI chart. I think that caused the problems to begin with. We're using it to get people into units. Tom said it's used for that, but maybe it's 3%, that's what you make, and then they know what they make, and they're not looking at the AMI chart of it's going up and down.
Okay, but wait a sec, Dan, if I could.
Yeah.
Doesn't that mean that if you have done nothing to your unit and you're selling for only 3% 10 years later, doesn't that mean that the next buyer coming in is buying at 120% instead of 140 as it was before?
I don't know.
I understand I think I understand what you're trying to express, Andy, is that the price can vary and the resale price could vary and equal something that someone would look at the table and say, well, this is hitting a different AMI. But the unit itself has a designated AMI. Somebody has to qualify at that AMI. It doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the resale price.
So the new people coming in, even if they're going to buy it at, say it's 160% AMI unit, and if they're going to buy it at a value of 120% AMI unit, they still have to be approved at 160.
It would more normally go the other way, where a unit might be priced because of the 3% escalator equal to 160 unit, but the unit is designated and was originally designated 120% unit. They're going to have to qualify at 120% to buy that unit.
Yeah, but that's not that, like the diversity of AMI levels, especially in Peak One in particular, was based on, they're the same house.
But the diversity is the buyer, not the price. The diversity is achieved because of the designation of the unit and what that buyer has to qualify at.
Right, but what I'm saying is now you're changing the AMI value of the entire neighborhood.
No, not at all. All that's changing is the resale price.
So, okay, so in other words, at 160% AMI unit, you
which is a qualification designation.
And you still have to qualify for 160% AMI unit, but you're purchasing it for 120% AMI value.
That is possible, yes, but usually it's the other way around, where your purchase price equals something on the chart that's higher than the AMI designated for that unit. That's what's happening more often.
And does that not lean towards going greater than as opposed to less than, or as opposed?
No, it actually supports the other argument.
Well, I think then it depends on what your priorities are.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
it depends on, that's why affordability is that nebulous thing of affordability is something that's hard to pin down.
Sure, and maybe we need to also define what it is that's important to us as a council.
Yeah, this is a tricky one.
I'm not saying it's easy.
Yeah.
I'll say too, as Dan said, that this is kind of what started this whole discussion. I've heard from a lot of the Peak One constituency, of course, we've seen the HOA letter. If we were going to end discussion right now, based on everything that both you two have said, that Tom added in, and that Andy has added in, based on where we're at in this conversation and what I've heard from the constituency, I would say keep the language as greater for the AMI in the calculation. So that's where I'm sitting right now for those reasons. But I see all the reasons for both decisions.
So right now, we don't have consensus. Should we move on or go to something, come back to this at another meeting, or how do you want to proceed?
5:28. Yeah, I think we have our other two council people out there.
Well, since we're also going to carry on another discussion, why not add to that? We can all kind of revisit.
Can you Thad, tell us what happens if we are 2-2 on something
I don't
important?
think it would be.
Motion failed.
But so it stays the way, so the document stays the way it is, so the document would stay the way it is.
It would stay the way it is as lesser. Yes, that's the way.
Because both of these are
In
changing.
the absence of a consensus, change it, yes.
Yeah.
Or in the absence of a majority, 3 or 4 to change it, yes.
I didn't hear that.
And requires 3 of the 4 to make a change to the covenant.
And
So
so
if
if we are
you do
stalemated,
pass-
then it stays the way it is what you're saying?
Yes, it requires a majority vote to change it.
Even if we're changing everything else and we're gonna put forward a new covenant.
Andy, are you asking
I feel
if
like
we
we
move
should-
forward, would only that stay the same? The lesser than, or would
Right,
the whole thing get thrown out?
It depends on the motion made,
Okay,
right? You'll be presented with a document.
yeah,
You can accept all of it, you can accept none of it, you can accept parts of it, you can change it. So, to the extent there's a motion to accept it all and it fails, I guess we move on, but
At this point, you're not voting. So
of course.
Yeah.
all you have is a lack of consensus because you're 2-2 to change that portion.
But if we get to the vote,
But then you're gonna be voting on the
the
whole,
whole thing,
whole
that's
thing.
what they gave you.
yeah, that's different. With that, if we have to move on, we should move on, but I feel like this needs to be discussed further. And we need more here before we just decide that it's 2-2 and we'll keep the writing out of there.
I agree.
I feel
Absolutely.
like,
We're
I
not,
feel like
done
we-
with this.
well,
We're
no,
not
I
done
know,
with
but
this anymore.
I feel like we were at the point before where we were talking greater than, and and it's now not in there at all. And so I feel like there's
Actually, your consensus statement last meeting, and we've gone back and listened to the recording. You were at a consensus of 3%, and Andy, you were in the minority. That's what staff wrote up. But we understand at this point, you're not at consensus.
I would
okay.
only going.
So are we gonna talk about this more or no?
Sure.
As far as
Yeah. I think that there's a note, there's still, and we're not gonna go through this, but just to show you, there's still questions on here we needed answered tonight, and since we ran out of time, I think we're just gonna have to have this same item, same discussion. I can add the information requested that we brought up about the locations, but I think we're gonna have to return again, including this topic.
Okay.
Nobody said it was gonna be easy. No, and Andy, I think we keep talking until we get it done. And I would suggest the term consensus means all 4 of us agree.
Correct.
The term majority means that 3 of us agree and it goes forward. So we're going forward. Our goal is majority. We hope for consensus because that is the better way. Good call. Majority is where we need to be. Okay, let's take a couple-minute break, convene the whole council and move to the next item.
So are we taking the rest of the box?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, it's not in my way. Yeah, I'm not. No, yeah,
There it is. I've restarted.
it's a unique.
Yeah.
And. No. Start it, roll call, public comment. Art back in the art comment. Which we could discuss, vacancy and we should be rating. Best. Roll call, public comments. Statutes, do business, which is the motion, so. Start.
Tell Randy a real. Very. It's progressive. It's always complicated. I did.
No, this is the meeting. We're gonna continue with the work session.
It's okay.
It does. Okay. That's okay. It's the. Right. Frisco, is that what it's, I was gonna ask. Well. I know. They had the birds.
It's like a double dip.
Good, buddy. How are you? Financing based on. What time does Rotary start? They're saying leave immediately. Breakfast is over.
Breakfast is 7, starts at 7:30. At 8 o'clock, it kind of transitions from announcements and Rotary business to a presentation by house. So we have a break. So big, short answer is it's 30 to 8:30. It's the meeting. We are, you're welcome anytime.
Thank you. Cool. And 6, yeah, I didn't see any online. No, I don't. They'll show. Hi, everybody. Thanks for the earlier conversation. And we're going to move on to our second agenda tonight, which is going to be Parklet and commercial use of town property discussion. With that, it looks like we have Vanessa and Chris. That's it. And Diane. Maybe.
She's never supported.
Gotta have that.
I'm going to talk a little bit about the background of Parklands because I've been here since the beginning of Parklandness. Then I think it is. And then Chris will talk a little bit about analysis regarding the challenges, some of the successes, and then also some scenarios, as well as things that we regarding the use of not only Parklands, but of, it's really a use of town property for purposes and owners. This memo we worked on for quite a long time, and something just happened and we realized yesterday that it was not in the packet. So hopefully you have had a chance to look at it, so we may dive just a little bit deeper than we would normally. Keep that in mind. All right, so the Parklet journey actually began still beginning. It began in 2018. There was an idea to build a parklet just to give it a try, and it was deployed for one weekend in front of Rocky Mountain Golf Course. And it was an interesting, like it was pretty cool. It was like a beautiful day, and people were sitting out there enjoying coffee. So when 2020 rolled around, and you may remember that there was a pandemic in 2020 that changed how we did commerce. It is a remarkably long time ago, almost 5 years at this point. The town was looking for ways to make sure that businesses could take business outside to places where they were safer. And part of that was standing up a promenade very quickly, but then council started thinking about, hey, what do we do in the winter? How do we also delineate some spaces a little bit more for liquor licenses? We're seeing some of the things that are not looking as good. And we want to make sure that we honor the character of Main Street. So in August 2020, the town received a revitalizing Main Street grant from CDOT for $50,000. There was a matching component to that, and Public Works busily got to work building Yeah, like the moment I bring up pandemics, like nothing else I can think about, because every once in a while I forget that actually happened in 2020. So the first 20 were deployed that fall, and people really enjoyed them. They came back in 2021 along with the promenade, again defining liquor licensing space a little bit more. And then council decided for 2022 not to do a promenade. And then in 2023 we had pretty significant outreach to businesses, but also to the community. And what businesses said is, hey, we still don't want a promenade, but we want parklets. And so parklets were deployed again in 2023 and 2024. 2022, first year that any fees were charged. And then fall 2023, the decision was made to no longer deploy them in the winter. What was happening is the norm was changing again, and people were moving more inside, and people weren't necessarily up for having expanded space, harder to get employees, and also not that fun to clean up a parklet every morning when there's a lot of snow. And so town saw that that was no longer a need. So here we are in 2020, thinking about how do we move forward. Thanks, Chris. So use history, it went from 20 parklets in 2020, really the height 54 in 2021 to 39 parklets right now. I think the thing that's notable, and like, should I look at the history of how they've been used all along? No, I think it's at this point, it's shaking out the businesses who want to use it. And so out of the 19 businesses that have parklets in 2024, 11 were restaurants, bars, 6 were retail, and then 2 were primarily service providers, like a real estate office. They put a nice chair out front. So that is how it breaks down, and I think that's going to be really relevant to the discussion later. I also included a bunch of photography of parklets in here and the promenade. The middle photography is the promenade, because I thought we really should think about that. We did in 2021 have a promenade with a lot of parklets on it. And then the picture below is actually Butterhorn Bakery, which deploys parklets really a massive amount of success. Wow, do they expand their seating? But they also do something else that will come up later when Chris talks a little bit about the challenges around this. And that is, you'll see, so bottom picture, you'll see there's a server station right by the lamppost, and then there's more additional seating to the left on the sidewalk. And we saw some really interesting stuff in terms of starting to squeeze people's access to sidewalks and being able to pass through. So we wanted to make sure we put that picture in there. Parklet fees went from no fees to $1 per square foot, to $1.50 per square foot, to $3 per square foot. And as we'll talk about later, we're still not at the point where we're covering our expenses for parklets. It takes a lot of labor to put the parklets out. We closed Main Street for much of day on the front end and on the back end, and there's a fair amount of maintenance now that they're almost 5 years old that's required for parklets. We did something new this year too after talking to Public Works. What we saw is that it was a lot of work to put up lighting, string lights, and not everybody necessarily wanted them or really was using them. So their businesses weren't open in the summer when it was dark out and they needed lighting. So they're like, okay, how much does it cost us to put these up? And $75 is what we landed on per parklet. And so only the businesses that were going to be utilizing them in the evening for commerce chose to have street lighting. So just working on the resources around that too. And we had a fair amount of calls over the course of the summer for a few businesses that were like, hey, my string lights went out, and Public Works was great and they went out and fixed them, but it's another component. They aren't just put out there and then we call it good. There's more stuff that needs to happen.
It's Vanessa. I'm going to go through some of the successes and then challenges we've had with parklets, and then go through a few different scenarios going forward, and then a list of questions at the end to ask you for your input. Stop me throughout if you have any questions, and we can talk more on these items. Kind of to give a summary of the successes that we've seen over the last roughly 5 years of parklets. It's been a unique program which has created distinct characters of Frisco's Main Street. Frisco is the only municipality in the area that has a program like this, parklets. It's increased business capacity in the busy summer months along Main Street. It's created a vibrant and welcoming atmosphere, encourages community connection, supports commerce. We'll go through the challenges here in a minute, but as far as major issues or unexpected issues, we've really had not many of those over its 5 seasons, and it's run fairly well. And then it's evolved with community needs. Some examples of these are adding different railings, installing them on side streets. You can see in the picture where we've had murals on areas that are kind of difficult parking areas in between them. So we've seen some changes over the years with it. Some of the challenges we've had, first, kind of an obvious one, is that we take up parking spaces. Difficult to give an exact count on these because it depends if they're in the parallel spaces, the head-in spaces, if they're right against each other, have little spaces in between them, depending on the businesses. But roughly, it's about a 1-to-1 parking spaces that you're losing for how many parklets we put out in a year. Then there's the maintenance needs, which we started discussing. So far, what we're seeing is that the expenses exceed the revenues we're bringing in from it, roughly $19,000 a year. That number includes both our hard cost, 5 years old, they're stored outside in the winter, they don't have a long lifespan, so we're having to rebuild a lot of these. So we have the hard direct material cost of them. And then we have the labor and equipment cost for our staff to install them, to maintain them throughout the summer, to store them, and then rebuild them in the winter and the spring. And then kind of this third point is somewhat of an existing issue we have on Main Street, but it's worsened in these parklet areas. And that is issues along the sidewalks, either between people putting seating, signage, merchandise. They're at the edge of the sidewalk, and the sidewalk kind of expanding beyond those parklets. You see that in some areas where businesses don't have parklets, but it's a little more prominent where there already is one, that space starts expanding and then it encroaches into the sidewalk. You get pinch points, you get areas that might have difficulty where we're not maintaining ADA access or other maintenance issues through these busy points. Then this next one again is somewhat of an existing conflict that gets worsened. Main Street, especially in the summer, it's very busy between vehicles, pedestrians, parking. And then when we add parklets, it's adding another use kind of right near this vehicle and parking space. And again, parking and pedestrians and vehicles and seating kind of all in one zone there. Then we have the storage of parklets. Currently, we store them in the winter, we remove them in the fall, we store them up at our public works yard, up at the PRA. And we have space where we store them, but you know, it's a valuable storage area and it does take up space to keep those through the winter and reinstall in the spring. And then this last point is some feedback that we've gotten from the community of some people stating that either they appear messy or junky, or that some of them are passive use that aren't necessarily a restaurant. And so, you know, they sit vacant and empty most of the time, and that doesn't necessarily outweigh the value of the parking that's being stuff. So, you know, we're discussing more than just parklets here. We want to discuss all commercial use of right-of-way within the town. So here's an example of Rebel Sports this summer. This is one where we've licensed and approved it. So very similar process to having a parklet. They just don't actually use a parklet. Put off this area and put bicycles out there and allow use on that through a license agreement similar to the parklets.
And it's been exceptionally beneficial because Rebel Sports has certainly increased their the amount of bikes that they have available for rent, but they've always been using, since I've seen it, been using town property for commerce because they haven't had another place to put their rental bikes. And so this has moved it off of impeding the sidewalk onto another space. And I would say, I also see in the summer that people are spending a lot of time going across the sidewalk, occasionally standing there, or a lot of times standing there with their bikes. There's still some stuff that happens that is challenging, but it certainly feels a lot better than blocking regularly and permanently, or at least through the summer, blocking the sidewalk with bikes, having it in this area.
So this picture is an example of an area where we have an informal unlicensed use of town property. So we have been seeing some of these in areas with parklets and without parklets. So here's where some seating that's not necessarily directly in the sidewalk, but it's right at the edge of the sidewalk. It's right near parking. Kind of per our town code, we state that any obstructions or improvements in the right of way need to be licensed or permitted. And so you see more examples of whether it's seating, whether it's signage, other items that get placed in the right of way by businesses. Either haven't been licensing it or we haven't necessarily been enforcing it. So there's a few scenarios here. You know, and these are kind of coming now for a few reasons. One is, you know, we're talking about, we've gotten some feedback on, you know, positive and negative. Now that the parklets are about 5 years old, we're having to do heavier maintenance to them. We're having to rebuild a lot of them. We're budgeting more dollars each year to kind of do a full reconstruction of several of these. So figured it's time to kind of look at the program and determine if we want to keep going as we have been or make any changes to it. So kind of as outlined in the packet, we show 4 options. So option 1 would be continuing this program with no change. It would be the same program of Public Works stores them in the winter. We charge a fee, we license them, we install them early summer, take them away in October, keep doing that program, allow any business on Main Street or the side streets adjacent to it to install them.
And can I add something
Yeah.
we didn't add before? So it would be a pretty heavy lift to ask Public Works to also administer the program. It's a lot, so our department actually does it. Jessica Destu has taken the lead on that. So we text, we email, we call to get the license agreement, first to get businesses who may be interested to find out whether or not they're going to participate in the parklet program, but then also to get a license agreement, to get the fees, and then also a certificate of insurance. And then we work with finance to find out, make sure that their business license is current. We work with the clerk's office to make sure that we understand whether or not they're planning to extend their liquor license. And we work with community development to make sure that they have no outstanding, building permit or other issues. So we administer that part of the program and then provide the map to, with the help of community development, to Public Works, and then Public Works literally does. Thank you.
And then we have option 2 here. So this would be either adding use restrictions and or increasing fees. So use restrictions would look like, one example would be parklets would only be permitted to say restaurants or bars, and then some of those other uses shown earlier wouldn't be allowed. That's just one example of kind of a use restriction. The idea, if that were pursued, would be reduce the number of parklets, could help reduce the amount of kind of those inactivated parklets that are out there and taking up parking, but really not used much in the summer. Kind of the other alternative would be increasing fees. This could have a similar effect. We did a fee increases last year and we didn't see a large reduction. Look at larger fee increases to kind of reduce some of those inactivated, unused ones, as well as to kind of help at least reduce the deficit that we're seeing of what it's costing the town versus what we're bringing in revenue. And then kind of one other item that was mentioned in the memo is that currently the sanitation district is looking, if we continue the program, they would charge their own fees on top of our fees. They have, if a new restaurant gets constructed, tap fees that they charge based on the seating capacity or the square footage of the building. What they're seeing is this is creating a semi-permanent increase in these businesses. They're increasing the water and sewer usage, but they didn't pay for that additional capacity. So they're looking at something that, since these still aren't kind of truly permanent, they're looking at something that would be kind of an annual fee each year that would kind of just be percentage, wouldn't be that full amount of that tap fee. They're looking at doing that. The town could also look at doing kind of a similar model, whether we roll that into our fees or kind of charge a separate fee with it, or we're kind of charging a kind of an annual water tap fee essentially for kind of this additional capacity being added to the system. And then option 3 would be a business supplied parklet program. So this would look like Public Works would get rid of all of our parklets. We wouldn't supply, maintain, store any of the parklets. In this option, we would just regulate businesses to install and maintain their own. So they would build or procure their own, they would put them out, they would have to store them, then we would have permits that, could put restrictions on size and drainage, different items like that. If we pursued option 3, we believe this would probably reduce the amount of parklets quite a bit just due to the cost of creating them, trying to find space to store them, or to install them. Then we have option 4. So option 4 is that would just be eliminating the parklet program. These were kind of started around the pandemic, so option 4 would just kind of be going back to a pre-pandemic condition right away, would just be used for parking, vehicles, mobility. Wouldn't have commercial uses in the right of way option. So now we have a list of questions for you based on parklet program and based on commercial use in the right of way. So I guess the first question is council supportive of use of town property for commerce? This would be kind of looking generally parklets and some of those examples like rugby schools.
Are we just going down the list?
Roll the list, Chris. I was going to take your 4 questions, but now that seems to have morphed into approximately 6 or 8 questions.
I can run through them all if you want right now. I guess the first one, if it was.
If you say no to the first one, the rest of them are kind of.
So, right away, I mean, as anyone, please, Andy, thanks.
Yeah. Okay, so yes, this was a pandemic thing, and yes, it was a promenade situation, and then it was beyond the promenade situation. I gotta say that this is an incredible use of space. It activates our Main Street. Before you take away all the parklets, where is there anywhere for anyone to sit on Main Street other than at the coffee shop, right? Like this is an activation of space, partially, which partially should be taken on by the town, but these things cost money and people are making money with these. And so we should charge accordingly for them. Whatever it costs should go onto the businesses. If you want a parklet, then you got to pay the cost for the parklet. That's obviously for somebody like the Butterhorn, no skin off their back. For somebody like I don't know, the bookstore, maybe that costs a little more, but it activates a great space for the bookstore as well. I think no way do you put this in the hands of businesses as far as to provide their own. Talk about junky, you'll end up with 15 different crappy parklets all over town. We definitely don't need to light them because we have nothing going on at night, nor do we want light pollution going on, throughout the night is our new direction, right? So I think
Andy, can I cut in?
Yeah.
I'm hearing you support the use of the town use of property for whether it be commercial use or parklets. Is that correct?
Yes, if you want me to end there, I will. Otherwise, I'll keep going.
I think we'll have more opportunity, right?
Okay.
Anyone else? Does anyone else not support the use of town right of way and or parklet usage on Main Street?
I don't.
You don't support it?
I don't.
Okay.
Should I give a reason why?
Sure.
I think there's a lot of reasons why. I think it makes Main Street more dangerous. I'm concerned about ADA access and the safety of people moving through our town in a safe way. I could go on and on, but there are places in town, there's several restaurants that already have patios. The Uptown has a rooftop deck. There are places in our community that people can sit outside and eat. Fifth Avenue has a patio, Begali's and Bread and Salt have patios. And to me, that's like going into a capitalist mindset. That's a business advantage that people pay a mortgage for, or they're paying rent to have these amenities for their business. And I think that going back to just a pre-pandemic Main Street, we have parking issues. Somebody got a parking ticket because the sign for 3-hour parking was covered up by a parklet and all the stuff on the parklet, so the people couldn't even see the signage for parking. And so they got a ticket. I think that all got resolved, but I think just going down Main Street, it is dangerous. Like I will not take my kids down Main Street on a bike. There's no way. And so for me, it almost limits my use of taking my family to Main Street. Like I have to rely on side streets if we're gonna be on a bike. Yeah.
Thanks for the info. Sorry you have to go down the side street.
Well, at least we have one, but you know what I'm saying.
I do. Anyone else?
I'm on the fence. I'm adding to, as we consider the conversation, that for the next 3 years, the I-70 interchange is going to be under construction, which is going to create traffic flow differences. And also, whenever it is that we decide we're doing granite, it's going to create traffic flow difference. So just adding to the complexity of the conversation.
Yeah.
I love the activation of the street. It's well used, which leads to it being popular. But as we start talking about investing real dollars to rebuild what we got effectively for free 5 years ago, it's just a complicated.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where.
I support it.
Okay.
I got that board.
I have many more, but we'll wait till things.
That's perfect.
Yeah, I'm supportive, and obviously we'll dig in as we go down the list.
Made it the question too.
Okay.
Yeah, next question, should parklets be made available for commerce? If so, should one of the alternative options that we just discussed or a different option that wasn't listed replace the current program?
Yes.
I can go back. with
Yeah,
these,
just go, yeah.
options, yeah, more here. And if there's any other ideas that you have, we can throw them out, discuss those too.
Could I maybe help with this? Is anyone on option one? Or should we do need to make a change? No change is not where we want to live, is that right? I'm just asking her. Cool. Option 4, is that where we're at least for the majority of the group? No, just asking. So then we're back to Chris, I hope this is helpful, 2 or 3.
And not three.
Not 3? Cool, thanks, Andy. So
I agree with not 3.
Yeah, so I think we're looking at 2. We're at option 2.
So let's throw some stuff out there and then, so let's throw some, are we 3 then? Are we feeling good about, I'm sorry, 2?
Yeah.
2. Okay, so I think maybe easiest way, what are the easiest questions here?
Let's go back to the pros and cons. The parklets and then accentuate the pros and eliminate the cons.
So going back to the pros here, we have the increased business capacity, we have the unique experience, we have the uniform look of all the parklets being the same, hybrid welcoming atmosphere, bridges, community connections, supports commerce, few major issues, and it's
You know, the increased business capacity is, it's not there because people want to sit outside. So the restaurant's empty, but everybody wants to sit out, you know, if it's a beautiful day, people go, well, we want to sit outside, we don't have a seat out there, okay, we're going somewhere else. You know, so a lot of that's just my experience in the restaurants, you know, is people want to sit outside.
Councilmember, could it possibly, I've seen it be a little bit different. I think it depends on the restaurant, like Butterworth, I'm thinking of as an example.
Yeah, that's, I would say, you know, I don't know on theirs. Breakfast, you know, it's.
I've seen it full inside and outside.
Yeah, they probably do fill it, their capacity probably does.
Okay.
I think ours
Interesting
isn't as much, yeah, you get people in the bar, so you'll get people outside, on the patio and in the bar, the back of the restaurants. You know, so it does increase some businesses.
Does it increase, like, instead of capacity, could we say advantage, increased business advantage to make money? I mean, if you choose not to get one, never mind, that wasn't.
And I think that's kind of under supports commerce, is that, yeah, even if it's not increasing capacity, maybe it is increasing commerce, if it's a nice day, or something like that.
You're definitely getting more capacity for outside, so yeah, it is increasing the business, I guess. Because even before we had the patio, when I managed it, people wanted to sit outside. So it probably is increasing, you know.
Yeah, it's a definite advantage, you know, whoever utilizes it well, you know, especially for the restaurants, you know, because, like, you know, for a real estate agent, they're just looking to draw people in for them to sit for no reason at all. And, you know, like, it's hard to say an ROI for a real estate company as compared to the Butterhorn, right? The Butterhorn packs those things inside and out all summer long. And, you know, that's my 2 cents.
Maybe an easier way into some changes would be increase in fees to cover expenses. Is there support for that?
Has there been a calculation on what the true cost on average would be? Like, is it gonna double that rate? Is it gonna increase by 10%?
I mean,
that's the.
14,000 and change versus 19,000 and change for
For the
expense.
cost.
19,000 and change are the expenses, you've said, and then 14,400, I believe, is what the fees were
For all
this year. this year in terms of who chose.
Do we know what that would cost on average per parklet if it stayed the same without changing?
Well, we're showing the total cost is it's 30-some thousand. We had, I think, 39 parklets last year. So we'd be looking at closer to, less than this, but closer to $1,000 a parklet on that, so it's pretty significant change. There is precedent of, I was looking up other municipalities, and there's ones that charge $1,000, there's some that charge $2,000 for a parklet. So there are other places that charge significantly more than we are, but it would be a change.
I'll be quick with this. In my view, the town subsidized it through COVID, or through after COVID and all that stuff. And that's fantastic. Good thing for the town to do. Now that we're looking at it as maybe a permanent structure, at this point, I don't see a reason why taxpayers should subsidize public for the business. So I would say those fees need to increase to what the cost is, especially given the heavy burden.
Do we know what the Sands District is gonna charge? They had mentioned something based on capacity.
They haven't determined what exactly that would be. They're saying there would be some kind of fee, but I think we're going to be discussing it.
I was told, I guess, by Matt from the Sands District, and he was just asking me personally, and I probably, I'm gonna leave out the details of that number that he had said they were going to charge, because, it was in a passing conversation, but it was significant enough for me to not do it. Based on that, but I'm not the Butterhorn, so I don't have, I'm not packing my parklet, so I don't think it would be worth it for me to do it. But yeah, I think that fee would be significant enough to sway your mind, I guess.
Just a clarifying question, Chris, is when we worked out the costs, did that factor in person hours of install and install?
Yeah, so that's
Okay.
our person labor hours, that puts some equipment hours to it, that kind of puts all the soft and hard costs.
That was curiosity there, but then I'll come back to we have to cover our costs. So I believe these have to match whatever we're putting out for it and going with where Martin is, we have the ability to charge fees for services that we're providing. And now we're not covering the costs like that. If I want to cover the costs, I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, me too.
That's fair. And then we'd have to consider, higher cost means there would end up being less parklets, and then the cost changes on the parklets because we're not having to do 30 of them, right? It's going to end up being fewer. And just along of Elizabeth's lines, there are a few businesses for sure, like say Bread and Salt and Begali's, they pay for 2 spaces on Main Street. They don't love the parklets. I just thought I'd throw that out too. It's not how I feel about it, but some restaurants are definitely benefiting more than others. That's partially, I feel like, how you utilize what you have at your fingertips.
Well, I know outside of the Fifth Avenue on Main Street, they only have one. They have 2 or 3 on the side street. One, you get 1 table on. It's not, you can't get many more than maybe 2 tops, but usually it's taking up 6 people, it's 1 table for 6 people. It is one parklet.
So I'm hearing fees should match the cost of the program. I think the other question, should there be use restrictions as far as what types of businesses need permanent parklets for?
I would say, unfortunately for me, it's a no, because I don't think we can pick and choose, if we're gonna offer public property to be licensed by a business, we can't really say you can do it, but you can't.
I would say, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to step on you there, Elizabeth. You keep going.
That's okay.
With that, I agree in that, you if you can let anybody do it, then everybody should have the ability. But you can have a standard, I feel like especially for retail outlets, you can have a standard like no pallets, as whatever, or no whatever. If you don't want it to look junky, you could definitely say that it needs to fulfill some sort of look.
And it probably shouldn't block signage if it's important stuff.
For sure.
Everybody should have the opportunity to start with. And if you sell clothing inside your store and you put clothing on your parklet, that's what you sell. If you sell shoes and you put boxes of shoes on your parklet, that's what you sell. I don't have as much of a subjective opinion on how people are marketing their merchandise or their products on the parklet as something that we can enforce, because it's too subjective. How do you feel about a stack of shoes versus pretty umbrellas? So I think if you have a crappy parklet, then you will be viewed as a crappy store. That's capitalism, so that's okay. I don't want to get into design review.
I would say, any except for real estate.
Well, then that's not any code.
I would just say.
So you do want to restrict.
Yeah, I do want, just on real estate offices.
My personal view is, it was just me. I like vibrant main streets and communities that have very much a food and beverage focus and not a retail focus. I also understand the difficulty in starting to pick like that. So I guess at this point, but then we have to include the real estate office with 2 chairs, right? Because they got plenty of money to pay for the parklet. Is there an equity issue there too with some of the, there's a lot going there, right? Like the costs associated with, some smaller shops may not be able to justify it. They have a right to be there, maybe get a subsidization on it. Obviously, I don't think so. I guess I would not have any restrictions on it. Look at the big picture, but
I'm curious, the resistance to the real estate offices. If somebody wants to put a living room on Main Street, or like to sit down on.
I had no problem with it, give you right?
I don't know who's serious.
We just have too many real estate offices.
Well,
I mean,
that's
I'd like to cut them down,
Could we look at the challenges?
Yeah.
That's a bigger topic.
So yeah, just to kind of run back through the challenges, we have loss of parking spaces, we have the maintenance needs, we talked about having the fees match the expenses. There's this sidewalk conflicts, them expanding beyond just the parklet. So I think we'll talk about that in a minute, of where it expands onto kind of the brick paver area and then also onto the sidewalks. There's the mixed use conflict. That's, you already have kind of pedestrians, vehicles parking, now you're adding seating. There's the storage of parklets, to take some space in a public works yard. There's the feedback. I think we just kind of covered this with the uses of, certain ones appearing messy or junky or passive.
So when we talk about the use of sidewalk, is there potential for an enforcement on that issue? I just like the access of the sidewalk, is there a way to protect that?
Yeah, so I think, if we go back to the questions here a second, see if that's done.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know, we'll jump into that because, I think one question too, kind of before that enforcement one is, does council support, if this would be kind of the second to last one, the more informal use of town property without parklets. So that would be, we have the Rebel Sports example, and there's other ones, like seating, or there's areas that aren't necessarily on. That would be kind of the first question.
And to be clear, the Rebel Sports example is what they were doing prior to 2021. And so that was using the sidewalk for their rental fleet. And then
I'm thinking about walking through Butterhorn. Like it's almost
As
like
well.
now you're only walking through their restaurant. And if you're in a wheelchair, I mean, that's an issue.
And the question really comes down to this, and we thought it was important to roll in the whole question of, the first question being, do you want to use town property for commerce? So, okay, you do for parklets. We have an informal use that is happening. We have a licensing agreement. We don't have fees, we don't have insurance, like that, they are just things that are happening.
Yeah.
And so our question is, what would you like to do with that?
Yeah, can I ask that we take this smaller question first?
Sure.
If you have parklets, you cannot use the sidewalk. I don't care if you got it right. If you guys put chalk down, this is what you get, this is what you don't get. Because the log jam that's going on, whether it's Butterhorn or ProSet, they have their times. People that are using parklets are morphing into the sidewalk, and the people who are trying to flow down our main street are hindering.
And what about the paver area? Based on that comment, would it be nothing on the sidewalks or the pavers, just the parklets?
Yeah, it's a fair, meaning, it's a good question.
I think the pavers are the sidewalk, to be honest, but I hear your distinction, but you know, the sidewalk.
They're just a flow lane. I'm not sure, I don't have an answer to that very good question. But we have to be enforcing a flow lane down our sidewalks.
And if it's something we're not able to enforce, then I don't know.
If you wanna put, if you're deli and you wanna put a table behind the lamppost, you know, the lampposts are a hindrance in the paver area. I'm not as wrapped up.
To be really blunt with you though, it expands from there.
I know.
Wherever
To
it
2018,
is,
but-
when you're like, oh, just the pavers and I mean, I included some of these pictures so you would see that. It does, and I just wanted you to, kind of, if you're licensing people and having them pay fees for use of town property, it's not really the use of a park, it's the use of town property for commerce, then what is your feeling about this route? Do you want to, rather than enforcement, is this something that you would want to license? And then we can try to figure out how much of that sidewalk someone could take up with tables? Or do we say year-round, no more use of sidewalks?
We already have, for clear, so I understand it correct, Vanessa, is we have agreement and licensing and fees for Rebel Sports currently.
Absolutely, for their use of the street, what you saw a picture of, we can go back to that.
Mostly pay for that.
The same as parklets,
Oh,
they
okay.
actually,
Okay.
we'll just keep it really simple and.
You know, being with Martin and stuff and traveling and being places, you know, I always, when I was on town council before the COVID hit, managing Fifth Avenue, we have that big corner, you know, sidewalk on the side and stuff, and I always thought that, you know, it'd be nice to use that area, you know, because of just being in other countries and how they outside in the summer, you know, stretches out into the plazas and Europe and stuff. You know, I like that. So I was trying to get something like that before, you know, and it was the liquor license. It's like, okay, you got, you know, and put it that way, you know. But I like that vibrant stuff of people sitting down drinking and food, you know. But like I said, it's hard to tell the bookstore they can't have one, but the restaurant can, you know.
To me.
And then
Sorry, go ahead.
two things, Horn and Deli Bellies, you know, being the ice cream shop and people can't get through there sometimes too. It's a hassle, you know. So it's not just Butterhorn, you know. So
I hate to say, yeah, I do agree. You know, this is very much like it's a, if you look at other countries, right, and you look at Europe, they do it really well and they do it all the time. And, you know, they utilize their public space that way. And it's like, if we are just going to say only for cars and people walking down the street, you know, then I feel like we are behind the times. But this is an enforcement issue. You know, you can use X amount of space, But if you're in a wheelchair, you have to have access. You got to be able to get through. And, you know, it's an enforcement issue. I hate to put it on staff, but at some point, that's what it's going to have to be. You know, Kyle, Joe are going to need to be walking down the street saying, like, you got to move this stuff out of the way. You know, or as Andy's saying, you tape out your area and you don't get to cross the line. That's just the way it is, you know, but a vibrant space needs activation, and less cars is something we've been going for many, many years. And I feel like we're not taking up too many parking spaces that it's not even possible to park. There you go.
You know, I got one more thing on that too, because during the time I was on council and I rode my motorcycle over Hagerman Pass over to Basalt in Buena Vista. They had them before the pandemic. Buena Vista on Main Street had parklets and Basalt has stuff. And I'm just like, wow, that's amazing. You know, why can't we do something like that for Frisco? And I think I was pushing for something like that. And that was before the pandemic, you know, just getting more vibrant, people out, you know, drinking and eating in the street, you know, and that. So that was one thing where I saw it first, was in other towns. Buena Vista and Basalt that had them before the pandemic.
And it feels to me like it's settled that parklets are a go with higher fees, potentially some improvements that you might rely on public works staff to work through, railings on the sides, all that good stuff. And knowing that Sand District needs to deal with that, I guess I would say to you, it does not feel like question of use of town property in terms of sidewalks is just about enforcement. It is about, do you want to formalize that? We have a formalized program to use parking spaces, town property, with license agreements and fees and insurance and all of that. Would you like to move in the direction of doing the same thing with sidewalks? It does feel somewhat incongruent to be like, we license this town space, but we don't license this town space.
But you need access.
Right.
Access is always going to be key. I think that's just a given, but it's that, are you using town property with access, but are you licensing that as well?
So what you're really asking, are we licensing the sidewalk?
Do we want?
Part of it.
Yeah.
Can we just get rid of the parklets and just rent out the parking spaces and you just put your stuff right there?
I think there's
Then you end up with
safety
20 different new visions.
What?
Then you end up with, sorry. Yeah, if you get rid of the parklets and just let businesses do whatever they want, if they're going to rent it out, then you end up with 20 different junky looking things.
I think to your question, thank you for clarifying sort of where we are. There can be a distinction between between summer and every year. Because in parklet season, we're giving our businesses the opportunity to have outdoor space. You know, I'm thinking whether it's, again, Deli Belly or whether it's the dog bowl dish at the Remax store. Yes, they're using the sidewalk. Do we need to formalize that kind of stuff when there really isn't clogged sidewalk? I'm not looking to, I'm usually the rules guy. But in the summer, my view is different than in the winter because we're giving people an alternative to utilize outdoor space.
And Councilmember Harrison, maybe what I'm doing is I'm like doing a little bit of a worst case scenario thinker right now. And that is parklets go up to $1,000 for 100 square feet. And people are suddenly like, I don't want to do that. So I'm just gonna put my tables on the sidewalk.
And I think
Gotcha.
that's an enforcement time. Because we're giving them an alternative. They may not like that they have to spend money. But we're offering them space. So they can't have it for free.
So to clarify my position.
But that's the summer.
Clarify my position, okay, sorry.
Sorry.
To clarify my position, make sure it fits into what you're asking, because maybe it doesn't. I like the parklets. I don't think people should be able to use the sidewalks in the summer. I think they need to be clear for people for access. And I think that needs to be enforced. And if people don't want a parklet, they don't want
wanna rent a parklet, they don't get to use the sidewalk for commerce, just because they didn't get a park. So I agree with Liz that the sidewalk needs to be, needs to be as clear as possible. People are always gonna be loitering around. But then I agree with Andy because of enforcement there. So I like the idea of restricting use of commerce on the sidewalks in the summer and having parklets available. Is that,
Yeah, we'll talk winter next, right?
yeah,
Winter's not that hard. I think we just enforce it.
How's
You
winter?
can't clog the street. You can't clog the sidewalk.
How's
Sidewalk
fog
use.
in the winter?
There's sidewalk use in the winter, for sure.
Oh, yeah, right, I get it.
But we don't,
Low.
we don't.
We don't.
We don't.
No formalizing
It's, again,
use of sidewalk, town property in the winter.
but you cannot clog or block the sidewalk. If you're putting in a reader board or your tables clog the sidewalk, no, you can't do that, even in the winter. You don't have to. Ultra formal.
But when parklets are not available, you can use a certain strip that can be worked through of the sidewalk in the winter.
I guess for me, I just want
As
that
long as
sidewalk.
we don't have to move them in order to clear snow.
Where are we at right now?
I just, again, just no, my point, I want, winter and summer, I want sidewalks to be the sidewalks.
Okay.
So I think just to kind of
I mean, does that fit what we're talking about?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, I think I'm hearing like, it would be good to hear, like I hear, if you have a parklet in the summer, you are not to be on the sidewalk. I hear that. I'm not sure what I'm hearing here. If you have a parklet this summer, can you be on the sidewalk at all? Is that a yes or a no?
No.
I think the consistent is no sidewalk use, period,
In the summer,
anytime.
anytime, and then you're a little different.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Anytime,
Anytime.
anytime.
No sidewalk use,
It's red brick pavers, to be clear.
yes.
Yeah, can I, real quick, Chris, what is your typical footage of sidewalk space? Like, do the pavers count as the 6 foot of sidewalk, and so it makes it 8 feet? Or like, what is that?
So we would generally only count the sidewalk as kind of the true kind of ADA space and not the pavers here. So kind of it varies on where we're at, but I think it's generally around 8 feet that we have on the sidewalk. And then about a 4 foot paver strip.
So automatically, that's the space you need to get through no matter what, and you can't use any other space.
I think we're at parklets only in the summer as a answer portion. Is that fair? Right? Now, increase fees, yes, of course, cover the costs. But now, the final, if you will, is pavers use or no pavers use is what I'm hearing. That makes sense? I mean, look.
I didn't want to get that deep, but.
Yeah.
Still trying to ask, what you're, I'm looking to answer the questions you're asking right now.
I know.
I don't necessarily want to go deeper if you don't want to either.
I mean, it really does, I mean, it is odd, I think it's part of a sidewalk, and it is strange that we would, to a certain degree, it feels strange that we would license some town property, but not others, even depending on the season, like some consistency issues come up for me, and I'm not a huge bureaucrat or rule follower either. It just has created some issues, and I really do believe in being fair and being clear with people. If they understand what the expectations are and rules are, I think most people will follow them most. So, I mean, for me, it really is, should all use of town property, all use underlined, including currently informal use of sidewalks for restaurant seating and rental bike displays, require license agreements, insurance fees, as parklets currently require.
So are
The
you
answer
saying-
may be, no, I wanna keep it informal, like that.
I don't
may
want to
be
keep it informal.
That's the question.
I'm against it being informal also.
So let me throw another wrench in this.
Sweet, yes.
So Fifth Avenue has two tables on the side street. You know, on this, Fifth Avenue that we put on the other side of the fence, you know, there are two, and they sit.
Are they on town property? Yeah, we're talking about that.
Yeah. No, I know. Well,
It would be nice to have them.
well, we had it when Deborah was here, says you can't put them out at a table. Because of the liquor license.
Liquor license, sure.
So we couldn't even license the space or get it from you. It was just like, no, liquor license. Bad yet. So we got two on the side. And there's, you know, nobody really goes down that sidewalk, you know, it's not like it's on the main sidewalk, but it's still the sidewalk. So, you know, is that considered main?
It's considered public property.
Yeah, yeah.
Main Street. I feel like, Mr. Renault maybe wants to weigh in. I feel like I've seen him getting us a few times.
No.
Do you?
Okay, I would highly recommend that any use of public property for commercial purposes come with insurance and an indemnification of the town. Because when someone gets hurt on public property, 99 out of 100 times, the answer is going to be from the town when they make a claim because they've been injured. I'm sorry, we're immune. I'm sorry, you can't sue us, period. So where do those folks turn? It won't be us. And if there isn't an insurance policy, you know, covering that area, neither likely will the proprietor's insurance cover it because it's not part of their defined premises for their commercial liability insurance. They don't own it. If there's no paper whatsoever indicating what right those people have to be there, somebody gets hurt out on the public right of way there, for lack of a more polite term, SOL. They won't have anyone to turn to. Can't sue us. The owner's insurance company is probably gonna say, no, our policy doesn't cover those premises. So that's some things for you to think about in terms of whether you want to formalize the use of public property. Highly recommend.
Can't businesses, even if it's not in their footprint, couldn't they cover, couldn't they get the, extra area?
Oh, absolutely, yeah, no, that's the point in making them go through the process and show us that they have insurance over that area and get a license from us. Yes, absolutely, they can get it. Yes.
So if you wanted to use the sidewalk, you have to get insurance, that where we're at?
And pay
I
us.
think we're asking is whether, if anyone wants to use a parklet, they have to provide insurance as part of the permitting process. So we're asking if someone wanted to use an area that's not a parklet in the right of way, do we allow that? And if so, I think we would permit it, or we're asking, would we then permit it the same way as we do with parklets, and that would then require them to provide
But what
insurance.
we've heard so far is no use of sidewalks.
Yeah, that keeps.
So that means we're not going to license use of sidewalks.
Okay, I'm sorry, just sketching.
Are we including brick? I'm sorry.
I-
Our brick part of the sidewalk. Well, because that's where the bikes are sitting, right, on the bricks? I'm
The
misreading.
bikes, occasional tall tables and stuff like that. The
Not to mention-
sandwich board.
And to further kind of complicate it. Because the non-park uses that aren't in the sidewalks, so Rebel Sports, for example, we've been permitting them to be in the parking, they don't use a parklet. So would we keep allowing that, and would we put use restrictions if someone else wanted to use, a parking area but no parklet? If someone said, I want to put tables in the parking area. The other uses would be, do we want to, put restrictions around that and then permit it as we have been doing with sports?
And our thinking has been with Rebel Sports since the very beginning is parklets would actually inhibit their ability to store as many bikes. So it's practical, but it's also, which is why we're looking at some side railings for parklets. People aren't hanging out on their bike in that roped off area. It's a temporary kind of like, oh, I'm gonna grab my bike and I'm gonna go. Whereas people who are seated, they need, they obviously need ADA access as well from the sidewalk onto the restaurant seating area. And we want to provide them with a certain sense of safety and security away from traffic. So having them just on the road with nothing to inhibit parallel Parker going a little crazy, is a little bit scary. You know?
again.
Bad parallel parking, I've seen it, I've done it. Okay. Okay. I knew this would be a hard one. So are we there? Like just no use of sidewalks? Are we there with Rebel Sports that is?
They just don't have a parking.
We're not gonna start putting restaurant seating on roads, no. It's very practical and safety.
It's a special exception for roads.
Okay, so to be very clear then, pavers, we are considering part of the sidewalk. It's going to be a fairly large change. You might hear from some people.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what about that? I mean, we don't have to pay for part of the sidewalk.
I would like it to include the pavers only because of ADA and like, there's some parts on the sidewalk, depending on who's doing a parklet, where you can't even pass somebody, you know, if you're carrying a shopping bag, it's so tight and narrow. I would just, I don't know.
If you decided to license part of it and say, hey, you can license the pavers, we could very clearly tell people where they can be, just a heads up, but.
Originally, when I said sidewalks, I'm talking about pavers. Okay, I have no big objection if we do include pavers. I mean, Liz has a point of this. But to me, sidewalks were sidewalks.
Just the concrete.
So I think we answered a few of the questions, and then we're on to this last one. And again, I'll ask the room. Can we agree that if we're going, I'm saying if, we're going to allow the paver usage, are we going to license it?
I would say yes.
I mean, definitely.
When there is not a parklet.
When there is not a parklet.
Parklet available, so
If we're
when
giving
parklets are
permission,
available,
it should
you
be
get
formal.
double the.
I agree. That's exactly what I'm getting
Too
at.
tricky. Opt out of a parklet, but license the paver.
That's why I say, when parklets are available, that's a no-go. You know, so,
But I feel like it's,
because worst case scenario is that everybody's going to do just that.
but if somebody doesn't have a parklet and they're using the pavers and then down the street, there's somebody with a parklet, they're gonna use the pavers
But
too.
you can't use the paver if you have, during parklet season, you can't use the pavers, right?
But if you don't have a parklet, they're saying you can't.
No, not during parklet season.
Yeah, how wide are the pavers?
That is the open question. You're both articulating the open question.
Oh,
It's the two sides of the open question.
I would say no pavers, just keep it clean and simple. Parklets, sidewalk, pavers in the sidewalk. It's getting complicated.
I'd agree with that.
I'd like clarification.
You just said it.
Okay, and then.
They're saying,
During parklet season, you cannot use the pavers.
that's what Andy and Elizabeth
Season,
agreed
you
to.
can use the pavers for the light.
I really want to just try to get it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well, Andy and Elizabeth are saying no pavers anytime to be licensed.
Year round.
That's correct.
I mean, that keeps it clear.
You're suggesting if it's associated with a parklet, the pavers in front of it, between there and the sidewalk, can't be licensed.
No,
I think what he was suggesting.
no, I was suggesting is if during parklet season, pavers are off the.
Oh, okay.
They're no longer an option. If you wanna expand your business into a parklet, you're welcome to, but the pavers off the business. Or non-parklet season. If you wanna use the paver area, you can. But it comes with a license. I'm not advocating for it, that's what I thought we were talking.
Basically, what I hear then is summer is conducive to parklets, as council decided in 2023. Boom, but they're not available during the winter, so you're making a different license area available, which is the pavers. That's what I'm hearing. But from one person, so I'm not saying
Yeah, and I'm not
that's your
sure I love
decision.
the idea either.
Does everyone like the idea of paver in the winter?
The only nuance to that I would add to make it more complicated is we are often piling snow on the pavers before we get rid of it.
That's true.
So I don't think in the winter we can license the paver area because we need to clear it.
That's a great point.
Okay, so now the group's on again.
Beginning of November.
And for the most part, I know Rebel in the winter is really only using the area behind the sidewalk on their property. Like they're not using the pavers, they're not using the sidewalk.
And that's what I'm kind about the Blind Crane, that they put some clothes racks out in front of their door, is that, they're,
Probably town property.
because it goes in, yeah.
Yeah.
Again, their property.
No, it's
No,
probably
it's
not.
probably not.
That's why I said you'll hear from people, so.
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
town property. No use of sidewalks. It is very clear, I would say to you. It is very clear.
It says that now, no use of sidewalk.
It's very simple.
That's what I'm getting to.
So where are we at?
So I hear sidewalks or pavers.
Yes, that's what I'm hearing. I'm fine with that.
Live with the parklet. Sidewalk to safe.
It's gonna take a little time for us to outreach to those businesses and have these conversations. But they will be had in writing and verbally, so look for some changes, I would say, over the next month, 2 months, so.
Probably, as you've surveyed in your mind Main Street in the winter, you can probably tell who you're gonna hear about.
Yeah, so it's just. That's a good point. What do you hear about?
Okay, that's what
And
happened.
if I may in there, can we please use some tact when going, it's not just, you can't use this anymore. It's, it's due to safety concerns and everything else, right? Thank you.
I'll try not to be as harsh as usual.
As we've been in the past.
Great.
They don't mean to be nice.
15 minutes, everybody.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now, in comparison, I wish that deed restriction is as easy as.
5-minute.
It was the
I'm just trying to make sure Andy can hear us. Oh, awesome. Mr. Mayor, you're on mic and recording whenever you'd like.
Great, thank you. Hi, everybody. It is 7:03 and it's time to start the regular meeting of the Frisco Town Council for January 14th, 2025. And with that, we'll go with a roll call.
Alan?
Here.
Angel?
Here.
Aronson?
Here.
Scripchuck Adrian? Here. Kibbe?
Here.
And Malenko is absent and held.
Here.
He said here, but I didn't hear him very well, so I'm gonna make sure these are.
Here. Hello.
Hey, Andy, can you say here one more time?
Here, can you hear me? I am unmuted.
Hang on just one sec. One more time. Feeling?
Hello, here. Can you hear me?
Okay, hang on just one sec. We're not able to hear you, Andy. I can see that you're talking. Awesome. Theme of the night.
Andy, can you unplug your mic and plug it back in?
No. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3. Anybody can hear?
Thanks, everyone, for coming while we work through the technical difficulties. Stand by.
I am unmuted.
That just means.
Testing 1, 2. Everything works on my side.
Awesome.
Can you hear me? Testing 1, 2.
Just have the best email you can possibly get.
And I didn't know I had paper on.
Oh, excellent. Not report to the shelter.
What's this on the outside? Oh, it's a paper and I ate a bunch of it.
Stop it.
That's when I start calling.
Oh my God.
Couch surfing.
You tell me. Testing 1, 2. I appreciate everyone online can hear me, but no one in chambers can.
The amount of texting that went on during the meeting. It's unbelievable.
Between you guys.
Between, it was a year and a half before I ever met anybody in
Right.
person. I didn't.
One more time.
Hello, testing 1, 2.
Thank you. We can hear you. Thank you so much. Everyone's present except Malenko is absent.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks, Andy. Thank you, Stacy. With that, we completed our roll call. Let's move into public comment. And we just get through this. People making public comment must state their name and physical address for the record, be topic specific and limit comments to 3 minutes or less. No council action will be taken on public comments and at council meetings. Council takes public comments under advisement, and if a council and/or staff response is deemed necessary or appropriate, the individual making the comment will receive a formal response from the town at a later date. It is recommended to sign in at the welcome desk at each meeting and include contact information. With that, do we have any public comment in the room?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the town council. My name is Matt Amon. This is my wife, Natalie Amon. We live in Inglewood, Colorado, 3254 South Bannock Street. Tonight, we're here to speak and seek your support and collaboration to bring Wild Heart Sauna Company to the town of Frisco. We understand the town council has concerns about operating on town-owned land, and our goal tonight is to express our commitment to finding a solution that works for everyone. Whether through a special use permit or other viable option, we believe Wild Heart Sauna Company can be an asset to Frisco.
So Wild Heart Sauna is more than a business to us. It's a vision that has been inspired by our love for sauna culture and the healing benefits that comes with that. So saunas have been cherished for centuries, offering physical benefits such as improved circulation, muscle recovery, immune health, while also providing a space for peace, mental clarity, and emotional well-being. So I kind of want to briefly paint a picture of what our experience would look like. So you would arrive to Wild Heart Sauna. We're leaving our phones behind, and you're going to step into the warmth of our sauna. During our lightly guided session, we are going to be explaining how to expose yourself to the heat and the cold mountain air to get the most benefit from the thermal cycle. We're also fostering an environment to enjoy and embrace the beauty of Frisco. And after your sauna session, we welcome you to stay and rehydrate and relax before going back to your day. Our goal is to commit to offer a wellness experience that's unique to Frisco and complements the lifestyle and creates meaningful moments to those who use it.
Beyond the emotional and cultural ties, our proposal aligns strongly with the town of Frisco's strategic plan as outlined in goal B.5. We are promoting recreation, wellness, and sustainability while fostering economic growth. We aim to provide an amenity that has seen growing demand nationwide, place for both seasonal visitors as well as year-round residents to enjoy. By partnering with the town, Wild Heart Sauna Company will enhance Frisco's unique charm, support the local economy, enrich recreational offerings, and thoughtfully contribute to the community environment that makes the town of Frisco so special. We deeply appreciate the town council and Frisco's dedicated staff and the leadership for their guidance and support in helping us reach this point. The assistance that we've received from the Marina, the Community Development, Public Works, and Finance departments has been invaluable, and we look forward to continuing this partnership as we work together to achieve our goal. Thank you.
Great, thanks you guys. As we continue your public comments tonight, I want to inform everyone online and in the room that we are not using our 3-minute timers tonight because of the number of comments we may be anticipating. So we're going to be running that manually. I will be given we're out of time sign and I'll engage with you guys as we go forward. So thanks for everyone's respect on the front side of that. With that, any other public comments?
Hello, my name is Alex Beach, 408 2nd Avenue here in Frisco for 3 more months now. Sat through the work session with you guys. I've emailed all of everyone on council, as well as the town manager and the housing staff, some concerns that I had on the staff report and draft that was discussed. A couple of things that I wanted to speak about here at the public forum tonight. One is, yes, we've talked a little bit about, you guys talked a little bit about waiting the lottery under the new restricted housing covenant a little bit for longtime residents. I don't believe that it's enough. I've been in lotteries with 400 people. So 2 or 3 extra lottery entries when there's 400 people in a lottery isn't going to substantially increase the odds for people that have been here a long time. Also, one of the really important things I think that still needs to be kept open, we wasn't discussed at this meeting, I'm sure it's going to be discussed at the next one, is the seller being able to choose their buyer. I think that is an important part of our housing program here in Frisco. Whether it's, an employer wanting to sell to an employee, or a friend selling to a friend, we shouldn't be limiting that opportunity. I also just want to take a quick survey. People in the room, who here lives in a deed restricted unit? Including 2 members of council who are here, I believe. Liz and Rick, you guys are in deed restricted. And who here had to win a lottery to occupy that deed restricted unit? Nobody. Okay, and I believe you 2 didn't have to win a lottery either to get your unit. So under the current proposal that you guys are planning, nobody in this room would occupy their deed restricted unit, right? Everyone here got their unit because someone chose to sell it to them, whether it was a friend, whether it was a friend of a friend, through the community ties that they've made from living in this community for a long time. I think eliminating that opportunity is completely ruining long-term residents' ability to make connections in this community, for people to have property rights, to sell their property to a friend or to an employer. And I think that's a very important aspect that we need to keep open. I also want to take the little bit of time that I have left. I know we're going to be having a vacancy on the town council here coming up. I think it's time that we have someone on council who, like, I know a number of you have moved here and, you know, struggled and lived the ski bum life, but you're all past that now. We need somebody here who is working multiple jobs, who has multiple roommates, who is struggling to survive in this county. So I want to throw my hat in the ring for the open town council seat. And I think it's important that our demographic is represented here in Frisco, because we are a large conglomerate of people in this community whose voices are not often heard. Thank you.
Thanks.
Dave Sherman, local address here, 740 Meadow Creek Drive, Unit D. And we all, my wife and I also own a commercial property downtown here. I don't know if you need that address, but I'm here to support people like Alex that are long-term residents that are struggling to find a permanent home here in town. And they'd like to stay here. We all know people that have left the community because they cannot afford to own a home here and they want to move on with their life. So I do like the idea of giving weighting, heavier weighting to folks that have been here for 5, 10, 15, 20 years. I don't know how you want to stagger it, 5 years. Those people, most of them, a lot of them that I know are embedded in the community. They've got multiple jobs. Some of them are managers or owners or partners in businesses, and we'd like to keep them in the community. And I know they're going to leave if they can't find a home. Second, I like the idea of allowing the owner of a deed restricted home or whatever to choose their buyer, because I believe that some of those folks, maybe if you're an owner in a business and you've got a strong manager or an up and coming employee that could be a partner, somebody that manages that business when you're away from the community, an incentive to keep them here in the town. And then I'd also like to see the barbecue festival come back and the fireworks at the 4th of July. Do I have any time left? Thank you.
Any other public comments in chamber?
All right. Hi, my name is Sarah. I live at 539 Granite Street here in Frisco. I am here because I believe that deed restricted homes belong to those who work in the county. I have reviewed the proposed changes in the new covenant, and I believe 2 of those changes do not support housing the workforce of Frisco. First, the town is proposing a change to the work requirement to qualify for deed restriction. The new covenant would require the homeowner to work in the county only at the time of purchase. Therefore, someone could work here for a season, purchase a DR, quit their job, and afterwards only be required to occupy their home once every 90 days, potentially making their deed restricted home into a second home. There is no oversight or work requirement after the initial purchase. I asked the board, is the purpose of deed restriction the only affordable housing in Frisco to give more second homes to people who have no longer work here? I'd say affordable housing should go to those who work here. I was shocked to see this sentiment removed from the purpose statement for a DR. The statement that was removed read, and I quote, to help establish and preserve a supply of moderately priced housing to help meet the needs of the locally employed residents of Summit County. I ask the council again, what is the point of affordable housing if not to house those who work here and cannot afford to buy a home at market value? The second challenge I have is to the method of resale for deed restriction. The new amendment requires that all resales go through a lottery system, removing the current options for locals who live here for quite some time and meet the qualifications to purchase a home through a friend or application process. This creates problems through the arbitrary nature of the lottery system. Let's say a deed restricted homeowner has had a renter for many years. The renter loves their home and has maintained and cherished it for some time. The homeowner decides to move and sell. The previous covenant allows the homeowner the option to sell to that tenant. Under the new covenant with the mandatory lottery, the tenant would have a 1% chance at best to win the right to buy their home. If the renter is unable to win their home, they would be forced to vacate, search for a rare affordable rental rate. Without finding such a place, they too may be forced to leave the county. I ask the council, how is unhousing someone who works in the county a good thing? Especially considering the person buying under the new covenant isn't even required to work here after initial purchase. Why is removing the owner's right to choose who to sell to a good thing? Any normal homeowner has that right. If I ever got lucky enough to own a DR and I wanted to move or retire elsewhere, I'd love to sell my home to a friend, someone who could cherish this place like I have. Or I would take offers through application. I love the opportunity to sell to someone with an amazing story who works here and has been trying to live here. In conclusion, I believe deed restriction with a job requirement after purchase allows people who work here the ability to live here. I also believe DR homeowners should have the right to choose who to sell to. I believe that the only affordable housing in Frisco should go to those who work here. That way, they can live here too. Thank you for your time.
Any more public comment?
Hi, my name is Darian. I live at 539 Granite Street, and I've been living and working in Summit County for 8 years. I bought a deed restricted home in 2021. I was able to purchase my home through an application to the owner, in which I wrote a letter explaining my story. I'm going to read a part of that letter to you right now. When I was a kid, I fell in love with skiing at Copper Mountain. In a middle school journal entry, I asked myself, I wonder what type of degree you need to be a ski instructor. Cool job. I love the mountains. After graduating college, I made the decision to pursue my passion, and I've been teaching skiing at Copper ever since. I'm so lucky to be able to be living my childhood dream, and in moving to Summit County to pursue that dream, I found a place that feels like home. Living in Summit year-round these last few years has given me a community of people who love the outdoors as much as I do. And I hope to grow my roots in Summit County for many years to come. That's my letter. Under the proposed changes to the new restrictive covenant, my story would not have mattered and I would not be here today. I firmly believe that homeowners should have the right to choose who to sell their homes to. The lottery is an arbitrary system, and to require a homeowner to enter their home into a lottery means that the actual people who live and work in the county, who build relationships and community, and who deserve to have their story heard are whittled down to just a number. In conclusion, I am against limiting homeowners' resale options to just the lottery. I'd like more stories like mine to be heard. Thank you for your time.
Public comment in the room.
I'll just do a quick one. My name is Mary Sherman. We've owned property in the lagoon since the early 90s. And in the last few years, we've bought property on Main Street. My business has worked with other businesses in the county. Mine is in Wheat Ridge, but I've been fortunate enough to work with businesses up here in the county. So I feel like we have some roots here. You know, my husband and I spend a lot of time socially in Frisco at different businesses here. And we get to know these people, and they are good people. And everything they're saying, I'm not going to repeat. I fully support. I was baffled to find out that it takes a lottery for them to get the ability to buy property here. So I support them.
Great.
Thanks for all you do.
Public comment in chambers? Any more online, Stacy?
Don't see any. If you're online, you could raise your hand on Zoom. I'm seeing none.
Seeing none, okay. With that, we're going to move on to mayor and council comments. Andy, you have any comments? I caught you with the drink.
I'd just like to say thank you for everyone showing up and speaking your mind, and everything gets taken under consideration. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. Anyone else?
I'd just like to second Andy's comments. I really appreciate when people show up for public comment. It's a very important part of the process. So thank you all for being here.
Great. I want to thank staff for working through the holidays. It was very busy. The Tubing Hill has got 6 lanes open and our staffing numbers are looking really well. We've had good responses from our visitors and our locals alike who've been enjoying the Tubing Hill and the Nordic Center. And I know that Public Works is working really hard to keep the streets clear. So thank you for everyone working the long hours and early mornings. And again, I'll echo the other council members' comments. It really is appreciated when folks come and speak to us here at our meetings. And we, again, do take everything under consideration. So thank you. With that, we're going to move over to staff updates.
Okay, I've got a few tonight. First of all, there is a Colorado Association of Ski Towns meeting coming up in Breckenridge. It's the evening of the 29th through the 31st of January. Really, the business part of that meeting is all going to happen on the 30th. So I will be in my individual meetings with you as the council over the next couple of weeks. I'll review the agenda with you. We'll be sending out some information. It would be, I'll be attending the most of the meeting, but it'd be nice if we can get some good Frisco participation in that since it's so close. But I know there's other obligations that the council has as well. We have a few things coming up with the town. Most immediately is Eat, Ski, and Be Merry. And I know that Vanessa has already been talking to you about that on the 25th. And we have some other events coming closely after that, which we'll announce as they come along. And you'll see in some of the communications from the town. But also, we have the winter employee celebration next week, starting at 4 o'clock on Wednesday, the 22nd. Of course, you are all encouraged and invited to come. Thad, you're encouraged, invited to come and have a nice meal and visit with everybody as we do that. The last thing I've got is that we had a mayor and managers meeting last week that had a very interesting conversation teed up and some briefings from our local law enforcement leadership in the concern around change in federal administration and some of the things we've heard about what's going to happen with immigration, with border security, those types of things. And the group that met with us, it was very enlightening to hear how things are already handled from a law enforcement perspective in relation to ICE, for example, and how they operate in the states here that they operate out of. We have a local ICE office in Denver. They cover both Colorado and Wyoming. And they've got about 140 officers that operate out of that office. And what some of the things that the law enforcement leadership heard from ICE leadership kind of points towards what we can expect from the federal level immediately. Now, there's going to be a whole lot of rhetoric and talk of what's going to happen across the country. But from the practical standpoint of our local law enforcement and these federal law enforcement agencies, what our folks heard was that there's no more resources coming for enforcement, meaning that they're not seeing anything that tells them that there's going to be a flood of officers heading into Colorado to cover Colorado and Wyoming. That doesn't mean things can't change, but at the current time, this is what they understand. They also got briefed that they have been and continue to be completely maxed out with things that happen in the major urban area of Denver. They have only been in Summit County for an enforcement activity once in the last 5 years. So not that we should not be wary and paying attention, but there's really nothing that group of people sees as changing at this point. And I know that's not going to lower anybody's anxiety, but it was some of the questions that were being asked that drew some of this stuff up. I think the other thing that we learned from our law enforcement folks was there is nothing about somebody's immigration status that our law enforcement folks are interested in. They don't ask the question. They don't, there's no reports that they file that state that. They deal with criminal activity. And the only time that anybody is going to be noticed is if they're committing a crime, they get fingerprinted, and their fingerprints go into the federal database that everybody sees. And if that fingerprint turns out that they have warrants somewhere else for other criminal activity, that's what triggers enforcement activity at the federal level. So take what you will from that, but there's no threats of federal funds being withdrawn for non-cooperation or anything like that right now. But I mean, as people interested in what happens to folks that live and work in Summit County, I think we're going to continue to stay vigilant on this. Our law enforcement folks are going to stay current with what's happening at the federal level. You know, we should probably just be having individual conversations with folks or groups that are concerned. And if we can get them hooked up with people that really know what's going on, like our chief, like the sheriff, they are very willing to have conversations with them about that. We know that there's anxiety about law enforcement because of folks' experience with law enforcement from the country that they come from. That doesn't mean our law enforcement handles things the same way. That's what I've got.
Great, thanks, Tom. With that, next item of business this evening is going to be a proclamation. Grab some items here. Charlotte, can you join me at the podium? Hi. I'm Rick. Nice to meet you. So we're going to get down to our proclamation. You ready to go?
I am totally at your service.
I'll be the one shaking and quivering voice as I read it, okay? Town of Frisco Proclamation 25-01, Charlotte Clark is recognized as Frisco's finest. Whereas when Charlotte Clark moved to Frisco in 1994, she brought her passion and knowledge from a career at college as a college professor to our community, leading tours on plant life, history, and junior archaeology to the public for the following decades. And whereas in the 1990s, Charlotte Clark interviewed and hiked with the last generation of the Friscoists. Friscoites to mine and ranch, who mined and ranched during the 1930s, documenting mining and cabin locations and recording numerous stories in history that would have otherwise been lost forever. And whereas throughout her involvement with the Frisco Historic Society, Charlotte Clark has acted as secretary, along with associating and preserving dozens of artifacts donated to the museum. And whereas as of January 7th, 2023, Charlotte Clark gifted the Frisco Historic Park and Museum and the town of Frisco the rights to her field guide, The Mines of Frisco and Beyond, for the Frisco Historic Park and Museum to update and publish for the good of the community. This booklet was originally printed in 2004 and in the following years became a staple to the historic resources that lie within and around Frisco. A couple copies. Whereas Charlotte Clark continues to volunteer her time and to the community, recently retiring from her role on the board of the Friends of the Dillon Ranger District, volunteering at the Community and Senior Center and Hospital, making her wealth of knowledge and resource easily accessible to the Frisco Historic Park and Museum and whole community. Now, therefore, Charlotte Clark is hereby proclamated to be Frisco's finest, dated this day, the 14th day of January, 2025. Congratulations.
Overwhelmed, really. It's been a joy to move here on the spur of the moment because I thought I'd found paradise. And I still love this little town, and I hope it stays, you know, like it is, friendly and kind of small, no high buildings. It's a lovely place to live. And I have the wonderful place to live in Bill's Ranch that I actually have moose on my deck regularly. And I still love being here in this area because of all the friendly people and the small town that you can actually get to know people. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was trying to. It was quite a long.
Right.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, everybody. And with that, our next item of business this evening will be considering the consent agenda and perhaps a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move we approve the consent agenda.
A second.
We have a motion and a second. Please call the question.
Allen,
Yes.
Lincoln,
Yes.
Hudson, Held,
Yes.
Blanco is absent, Kibbe,
Yes.
Skipcheck Adrian. Yes.
Got it. With that, thanks, Stacy. The motion is passed. We're going to move on to new business. Our first item of new business this evening is an announcement I have for the room and for council that we have received a resignation from Lisa Halenko from her position here on town council. That's been shared with the town attorney and the town manager. And with that, we're going to be moving forward with a process to fill that vacant position. Our next steps for this are going to be per town charter, we have the ability to run an election. We have the ability to appoint someone. They all must happen 45 days from today. So with that in mind, the council had a retreat last week, and we made a decision to go forward with an appointment. And with that, staff will be coming forward with a timeline of what. Sweet.
Stacy is ready to do her job.
That's great.
Keep going. That was great.
With that, I'm gonna be quiet and turn it over to Stacy. Thank you, Tom.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I hope you don't mind that I'm just sitting for this one. Just because we are going to be here for a little bit just to discuss. So, Frisco's home rule charter, actually, like, Mr. Mayor just said, definitely stipulates what your options are here. You can either, direct me to go ahead with legal process, surrounding conducting a special election. And all that would appear on that ballot would be, anybody who was certified to the ballot for this one vacant seat. Or the other option is for you all to simply conduct an appointment process. But as the mayor just told you all, you have 45 days to direct me to do the election, or you have that 45-day window to indeed go through this process and make your selection. And so that's my first question for you this evening that, we just need to establish on the record this evening is, is there anyone here that would like to direct me to conduct a special election? If so, we'll need to talk about it.
Gotcha. Anyone here?
Okay.
We agreed on the retreat.
Yeah.
Right.
We just have to say it out in public and
Yep.
affirm that. So it sounds like we are going to go ahead with an appointment process. So we need to talk about what that looks like and next steps so that staff can prepare this for you. Here are some yes and no questions that we have prepared for you just to keep things as straightforward as possible. The first yes or no question is, would you like a letter of interest from folks who are interested in running for the position? Yes or no? You think that's an important piece?
Yes.
I'm hearing all
And
yeses.
Stacy, can a point of clarification,
Sure.
right? For a regularly scheduled election, it's packet pickup and petition, correct?
Yeah, it's called a candidate affidavit. That would suffice with regard to a letter of interest here.
Interest, just somebody saying, I am interested in applying for the appointment or something to that effect. Okay, a one liner.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't need to be much more than that. Then yes, the next yes or no question as well. And Councilmember Held, I know you're online as well. I want to make sure you have the opportunity to pipe up as well. Then we would have an application. This general application, what we would like to do is host this online just to reduce our paper and just keep things, expedient. If there was someone that was insistent upon using a paper application, we could absolutely print that for someone in order to make sure that there's equitable access to this. But it would be mainly online, and it would contain general questions regarding, how long have you lived here? Why are you interested in becoming on town council? But I'm also open here this evening to, if there's any really important and crucial points that you would like to make sure that this application, asks and solicits from these folks.
Any direction for Stacy, or we'll go with what plan she's been working on?
We also have a question already queued up for things like community involvement or professional experience that these people would feel would help them on town council. If that helps.
That helps.
And then we would need to make sure, obviously, that they reside in the Frisco town limits and that they're of age and things like that. Those will be questions of the application as well. Okay. And then Councilmember Held, I just want to make sure, check in with you. Any additional comments?
No additional comments. I have faith that you'll bring forward a good process for us to choose.
Okay. Thank you. Just wanted to make sure you felt included. So the last portion here for you all to decide is, would you like for there to be this element of a petition Now, candidate petitions, nomination petitions, they're called, are generally used when there's municipal elections. You all know this because that's what you all went through in order to access the ballot as a candidate during the last regular municipal election that got you here. And so this is something that you all have kind of mulled around, and I just wanted to make sure if you'd like to move forward with this component, you know, setting a number of signatures, you know, it's 25 for a regular municipal election. That's what you all had to get of registered Frisco electors. You know, of note, generally you can only sign as a Frisco resident and registered elector, you can only sign the number of petitions for the number of seats available. And so in this case, if we would be consistent with that, Frisco registered electors would only be able to sign one person's petition. And I, of course, cross-check that. And as petitions come in, I would take the first signature on the first petition from that person. And so is that something that, would you like to move forward with a petition? If so, I do have a kind of a timeline that we could advertise to the public to make sure that it's clear. Or would you rather just do letters of interest application process alone? Up to you all.
I'm interested in pursuing a petition.
I like the idea.
Okay.
Sure.
Petition.
Andy, they're all in the room agreeing with you as well. So it sounds like that's unanimous. So thank you for that. Is 25 your number, or would you like to set a different minimum number?
Stacy, it's 25. Isn't it?
Yeah.
For the rep gap?
Standard, yeah.
I feel it should just follow path with that.
Keep it consistent. Okay. All right. So your potential time frame, and I'll go into this in a little with actual dates on the next slide. But your potential time frame of what you're looking at here in order to make sure that you're making your selection within that 45-day window is you would conduct interviews publicly at your early February meeting. Then you would make your decision and announcement at the late February meeting, which would get us in time for that 45 days. And then we would swear in the new council member, and they would actually serve and sit at their first meeting, which would be the early March meeting. And so here's a little bit better, more detailed of what that looks like. And I can actually edit this slide or tweak things as well if you all don't like any of this. But so right now, working from today, okay, we've accepted and acknowledged that Councilmember Halenko is indeed resigning, and we're getting direction today on the vacancy process. As of tomorrow by 10 a.m., I can absolutely have informational packets available at the front desk of Town Hall, and we can have the form up on the website as well. I would appreciate the 10 a.m. and not 8 a.m. just so I have a couple hours to get all this done for you all, but I'm optimistic that we can get this done. We also would need time to make sure that we can team up with our communications folks and make sure we can get the word out in all the ways possible. So February 5th, that would bring us to, so that's about a 3-week timeline for folks potentially to grab their packets, grab their petition template, and go out there and solicit for signatures. So February 5th is what we were kind of proposing as a due date. Do you all feel like that's a sufficient amount of time in order to gather up the 25 signatures that you designated are needed?
I think it puts it in the window. I mean, it's a tight window.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it backwards, where February 11th, you want us to be educated on the candidates. So this is going to give us 4 or 5 days. So we really don't have the ability to stretch that 5th, 6th, 7th cure period much later, or else it's going to be really hard for us to have time to look at these.
Also be conducting interviews at the February 11th meeting in order to get to know the candidates even more.
So I mean, it's not a lot of time, but
Yeah.
none of this is a lot of time.
Right.
So
Yeah.
The only way you could stretch the middle out at all is if you conducted interviews and made your selection on the 25th, which gives you about a week and a half play in the middle there. But it's kind of a decision. Do you want interviews and then 2 weeks to decide who it's gonna be, or do you want to do it all in one meeting?
No.
Okay.
I have one of sets now. I have an opinion. That's too much to do in one meeting.
Yep.
Okay. Councilmember Howell, do you have any input?
I just have a question. What if someone comes to us for a signature individually? Are we allowed to sign a petition?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay. I think the timeline is fine, other than being tight. You know, I think a week is fine for us to decide. Hopefully, we don't have 50 people to choose from.
Thank you. So just to keep moving forward, just so you can kind of see how this is all playing out. And we can eliminate this if you want. If you do not want to allow people to cure their petitions, you don't have to. But I was just thinking from a consistency point of view, because when someone is, soliciting for signatures to certify to the ballot, typically during an election, they do have the opportunity to cure. In other words, let's say they got 26 signatures, but 3 of those folks were actually not on the voter rolls for Frisco. Maybe they live in Bill's Ranch, maybe they forgot to register to vote, whatever the case may be. That person would hear from me and I would let them know, hey, you need to grab this many more signatures in order to, and then they would have basically a second chance, if you will, to resubmit and get them over that line. So we are thinking Thursday, February 6th and Friday the 7th, because your packet for the 11th has to go out on Friday the 7th. So, and so I need to make sure I include only the folks that qualify in your packet. So that's the story behind the February 6th and 7th. That quick cure period is kind of necessary.
It's only fair.
Okay.
Agreed.
All right. Sounds like everybody's thumbs up. So February 11th, that's your first regular meeting that you have in the month of February. That is where we will absolutely slate for you on your agenda, that you will review the applications and conduct interviews for the folks that are interested. And, we'll help make sure that these folks understand that they need to be here and be ready for that. We can also help you all come up with a specific list of questions, things like that when the time comes. February 25th. So this is your, that later regular meeting. February 28th is actually your 45-day cutoff here. So February 25th is that last regular meeting within the 45 days stipulated by the charter. And this is where you would announce the selected candidate. You would have 2 weeks to kind of mull things over. March 11th is where this person would be sworn in, and they would actually sit and begin their service alongside you as the newest Frisco Town Council member. Of note, this person, if they are interested in continuing this service, would have to rerun at the next regular municipal election, which is in the spring of 2026, the first Tuesday in April of 2026.
Which would be true of an appointment or an election.
Yeah,
Even if somebody's
either way.
elected, it's only fill the term.
Any glaring concerns right now with this? Because we are going to go off your direction tonight and really get a move on this. And
Is there a PR plan as well?
we don't necessarily have a plan, other than we know we have a wonderful communications team that we've definitely already communicated and said this is coming down the pike, and they're ready to tell. I don't want to speak on their behalf, but I think they're more than able and willing to help.
Please. Stacy, I want to thank you and your team and all the staff that are really hustling to get something done so quickly to make sure we're compliant with charter. So it's pace is fast right there. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I also want to say, in the off chance that Lisa is listening or ever listens to this meeting, she and I definitely did not agree on everything, but she was great to serve with. So, these are big shoes, wonderful shoes, responsible shoes to fill. So I look forward to taking on the responsibility, but I want her to, if anybody speaks with her, as she's progressing with her life choices, that I send her my best.
Great. And to follow that up, I have been speaking with her. I will speak with her again. Thank you, Andy. I wanted to acknowledge staff's organization to put this together for us and have a timeline figured out, have anticipated a number of questions that we've already had that you answered before we got a chance to ask. So thank you for that. And then through my conversations with Lisa, I wanted to share that Lisa's had a lot of things going on in her life for the last several months. And I want everyone to understand that this decision to resign is up there with the rest of her different life challenges that she's had in the last few months. And most importantly, while she values the relationships she's created with our group, she couldn't be more happy. You guys know she was a former teacher. Her experiences with our staff over her time, not only as a business owner, but as a council member, is something she can't pay us back. She really appreciates the relationships and how kind and thoughtful that staff has been with her onboarding and through her work in the town over the last several years. So thanks to everyone from Lisa. Anything else on this one?
I don't have anything else if you don't.
I don't.
Okay, thank you.
So with that, no further action to be taken on new business. We're going to move on to old business, which is agenda item number 3. A second reading of ordinance 24-11, an ordinance amending chapters 10 and 20 of the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Frisco, Colorado concerning respectfully the town's council members and mayor and town's elections and the change to deadline for the filing of an affidavit of intent to be a write-in candidate for municipal elections and to revise the procedure for canceling an election in order to be consistent with the Colorado statutes. I didn't know that would be so long. And with that, I think we're back to Stacy. Yep.
Stacy Nell, Town Clerk for the record. So this evening, there has been no changes since your first reading at your last meeting. And I'm available if you have any questions.
Andy, you good? Great. Thank you, Stacy. Back to council for any other comments here or questions? Public comments? Any public comments on agenda item number 3 in council? No. Any online?
No, Mr. Chair.
No, thank you. With that, it's back to council for any further discussion or a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve agenda item number 3, second reading of ordinance 24-11.
Second. Oh.
We have a motion and a second. Please call the question.
Kibbe?
Yes.
Skircheck Adrian? Yes. Allen?
Yes.
Rankin?
Yes.
Aronson?
Yes.
Held?
Yes.
And Malenko is absent.
Okay. So with that, we're going to move on to our next item of business, which is we're going to recess a regular meeting of the Frisco Town Council, and we're going to open a meeting of the Frisco Community Housing Development Authority meeting. And with that, let's have a roll call.
All right. Allen?
Here.
Rankin?
Here.
Aronson?
Here.
Skircheck Adrian? Kibbe? Held?
Here.
And Malenko is absent.
With that, we'll open it up to any public comment on the Housing Authority business. Public comment in council, public comment online. Nope. Okay. That brings us to our next item of business is going to be the consent agenda for the Housing Authority. And with that, if anyone has any questions or a motion. And the consent is minutes from our last meeting.
Mr. Mayor, it's actually the resolution designating the place for posting of notices.
The first,
And-
the
oh,
first,
gotcha.
the first annual.
It,
Posting.
yeah,
It's January.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So minutes and the posting of our meetings and public spaces. Thank you, Thad.
I'll make a motion to approve as stated.
Second.
We have a motion to approve the consent agenda and a second. Please call the question.
Kitty,
Yes.
Adrian? Yes. Alan?
Yes.
Incan?
Yes.
Aronson?
Yes.
Held?
Yes.
Blanco is absent.
Great. We'll move on to new business with the Housing Authority, and with that's going to be Leslie, and I don't have any other further stuff right in front of me, so that's, I got no more for you.
Good evening, commissioners. We have 3 items on your new business, which all relate to the financing of workforce housing. So to start with the first item of new business, we have an approval for the engagement of Butler Snow. This is bond counsel that we have as the town of Frisco previously worked with. They served as bond counsel for the Granite Park project that was financed in 2023. And we've had good experience with Butler Snow as our bond counsel, and staff recommends the approval of an engagement agreement with them as related to the project at 602 Galena. Do this?
It should probably be individual motions, yes. So there's your first item. You want to show that to me? I'll make a motion.
Yeah.
First item, well, do you want to go through the questions, comments, wise remarks?
We didn't hit public comment as I'm going through the agenda, so I want to briefly state, or Leslie, if you'll bear with us, open it up. Any public, or did I go to public?
You did. No, I just
I'm
meant,
confused.
I'm sorry. Are you ready for a motion?
We are.
Since this was just, I move that we approve the engagement of Butler Snow as bond counsel.
Second.
Thanks, Leslie. With that, we have a motion and a second. When we're ready, we can call.
Blanco is absent. Kitty?
Yes.
Adrian?
Yes.
Alan?
Yes.
Incan?
Yes.
Yes.
Held?
Yes.
With that, let's move on to I heard 3. So it's agenda item number 2 for the Housing Authority, approval of engagement of Piper Sandler and Co. as underwriter placement agent for the Frisco Community Housing Development Authority.
So this second engagement agreement is related to Piper Sandler. They are underwriters or a placement agent for financing of any kind of debt, but in this case for the authority. We, as the town of Frisco, I don't believe have done business with Piper Sandler. However, as part of the process of 602 Galena, there was an RFP put out. At that time, that was done by NHP, but also in conjunction with the town of Frisco staff. The result of that RFP was the selection of Piper Sandler related to their fees and their recommended structure of the financing. And staff recommends the approval of engagement with Piper Sandler for financing.
Got it. Thank you. Any questions for Leslie? I'm back on track, Stacy.
No.
Public comment. Any public comment in chambers? Any online? Back to council for any further discussion or a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the engagement of Piper Sandler and Company as underwriter placement agent.
Great. We have a motion and a second. Please call the question.
Held?
Yes.
Blanco is absent. Kibbe?
Yes.
Krupchak, Adrian?
Yes.
Alan?
Yes.
Incan?
Yes.
Aronson?
Yes.
Great, thank you. And then we're on to agenda item number 3. That's interesting. I have a title, I'm gonna read it. Resolution 25-2, a resolution expressing the intent of the Frisco Community Housing Development Authority to be reimbursed for certain capital expenditures associated with the financing of a workforce housing project.
So this is also related to financing, and the purpose of this resolution would allow for any expenses that occur between the date of the resolution and the date that we close on our financing for the authority to be reimbursed from that financing for the costs that occur between those time periods.
Got it. Thank you.
Adopt that resolution.
Any questions for Leslie? No. Any public comment in chambers? Any online? No, thank you. With that, back to council for discussion or a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve resolution 25-02.
Second.
Great. We have a motion and a second. Please call the question.
Aaronson?
Yes.
Held.
Yes.
Blanco is absent. Kibbe?
Yes.
Scripcheck Adrian? Yes. Allen?
Yes.
Incan?
Yes. Great. Thanks, Leslie. And that is our last item on the agenda for the Frisco Community Development Housing Authority. And with that, we're going to close this meeting and we're going to go back to our regular meeting of the Frisco Town Council in unadjourn.
I think you have to have a motion to adjourn
Yeah.
the housing authority first.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to adjourn housing authority.
We have a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Right. Now,
Coming out of.
coming out of the housing authority, now we're back in the council meeting.
And then you need a motion to move into executive session.
Yes. Motion to move into executive session.
Mayor, I make a motion that we move into executive session.
Pursuant to, you have to read.
Oh, sorry.
For the state statute, sorry.
Would have to change over this in here.
Have it?
Right here.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we move to executive session pursuant to CRS section 24-6 402-4B concerning conference with attorneys for the town to receive legal advice and specific legal questions related to the development agreements for certain real estate property owned by the town and known as 602 Galena Street, and pursuant to CRS section 24-6 402-4E to determine positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, to develop strategy for negotiations, and to instruct negotiations concerning the development agreement for certain real estate property owned by the town and known as 602 Galena Street.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second. And then we're going to executive session. All of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Or is it a roll call?
Oh, you want to do a roll call
Well, because
vote?
we have to have a certain number, so we just want to make sure.
Oh, absolutely,
Okay.
yeah.
We're gonna do a roll call, Andy.
We're gonna do a roll call vote on moving into the executive session. Kibbe?
Yes.
Scripcheck Adrian? Yes. Allen?
Yes.
Incan?
Yes.
Aaronson?
Yes.
Held?
Yes.
And Blanco is absent. Okay. Just a moment. We're gonna switch over the Zooms too, Andy. So you got to go into that other Zoom, okay? Oh, you're muted.
Sorry, did you send me a link to that?
I can resend it to you.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. See you soon.